All right, we're good to go. Welcome in over there on YouTube. We've got Blank here, kind of spelled interestingly, though. I like the name there. But yeah, Blank is here to give us some evidence for Jesus or Paul, or to talk about the topic. What you got?
So I want to start with you wasn't there
Correct.
to witness Jesus and Paul. So
Correct.
you saying that they never existed,
Mm-hmm.
you could be wrong because you wasn't there, was you?
Right. That's why I'm asking for evidence.
So could you be wrong though?
Yeah, that's why I'm asking for evidence.
So why are you saying that they never existed?
Because the evidence shows that they didn't. The
But
evidence that we have today shows that it didn't. Did you have anything that showed that
people
they
wrote
did?
about him. If they, why would people
Well,
write
people
about
also write about Spider-Man, so that doesn't really mean much.
why is certain areas where he died at still here?
Why is New York City
Why is
still here if Spider-Man didn't
you
exist?
know
Why is London still here
why
if Harry
all
Potter
these
didn't
why
exist?
all these men in the back in the day wrote about it? Men wrote about him that
Sweet,
lived.
Stan Lee lived. Why?
Yeah,
And he
men
wrote
wrote
about
about him that
Stan Lee
lived.
wrote about Spider-Man, and he lived.
Spider-Man is fiction.
Yeah, Jesus and Paul are fiction. Yeah. Do you have any evidence
But
to
but
suggest
you
they're
could
not?
be wrong because you wasn't there.
Sweet. Yeah. So what evidence do you have to present that they were not
I just
fiction?
told you people wrote about him.
Sweet. People wrote about Spider-Man.
Right, they got the nails. They got the nails that was in his arm.
Okay, sweet. We have a Spider-Man suit that you can find. We have
Yeah.
literal like wands and stuff like that people say that, oh
So
hey,
who
this is something
so
that
if
Harry Potter would have had. Do we have?
so
So
Trump
how did they determine that we had the nails? I would like for you to explain that. You mentioned the nails. How did anybody determine that these were the particular nails that went
I
through
don't know.
Jesus's?
I don't know. I just heard they got the nails.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. So I'd like for you to know that the first time that we have any relics like that, like the pieces of the
Mhm.
cross or his robe or his sandals or the nails, and sometimes even there's at least, I'm not even kidding. This is going to sound like a joke, but it's not a joke. There is at least a minimum of 18 different churches on the planet that have said at one point in time that they have Jesus's foreskin from his circumcision. All right. So that doesn't mean anything to me because there's no way to verify that that was actually what they're claiming. And
So
they started saying this in the 4th century. That's the earliest relics that we have go to the 4th century, which would be over 300 years or about 300 years after the supposed death of Jesus. So I don't know what to tell you, man.
so if Paul and Jesus didn't exist,
Mm-hmm.
so what existed? What are you trying to put there that was
I
there
mean,
when they wasn't?
Rome. People exist without the fictional people. New York City and everybody in it
You
has
can't you
existed without
mixing wrong.
Superman or without Spider-Man.
So Constantine existed.
Yeah, but he's in the 4th century, so that's not really
So if he
related.
existed, you never people wrote about him. You never seen him.
We have multiple coins and statues that he posed for.
Okay,
We don't have
people
that for
people
Jesus.
people people can make stuff because Jesus
Okay.
all that other statue that's man made. Jesus don't want he don't want that on him.
Okay.
All
Well,
that
then
stuff
that's
is
not very
man
good
made.
evidence for him, is it?
So what took the place of Paul and Peter? What happened?
I don't know what you mean
What
by
happened
what
in the
took the place.
beginning? What happened in the beginning?
What do you mean what happened in the
If
beginning?
God didn't exist and Adam and Eve didn't exist
When
and
did I
Paul
say
and Peter
God?
didn't
I didn't
exist.
say God, Adam, or Eve. I just said Paul and Jesus. You're adding Peter and
Who
you're
is so
asking a
okay?
question about the beginning.
All
It
right,
doesn't
now we
really make a
getting
lot of sense.
somewhere. Now we getting somewhere. So who existed? Did
You already
Jesus'
asked that
apostles?
question.
No, so I'm just saying. Don't did Jesus' apostles exist? Did Peter exist?
Paul did not exist. The
Did
disciples
John
can't be.
exist?
You can't be a disciple if the person you're a disciple of didn't exist. That
So
doesn't make
so
any
the so
sense.
the, so that so so the disciples didn't exist.
Correct. Do you
So did
have any
Adam and
evidence
Eve?
that they did?
Oh, I don't. I
Do you
don't.
have anybody who ever says I personally knew one of the disciples?
They all dead. Come on now.
No, in the sense that do you have any texts that are written by any Christians who said
Yeah,
I
the
personally knew that?
Bible.
No.
People didn't write all them books for nothing. They ain't writing
I
that book
want
for
you
nothing.
to name me anybody who writes these books and says I personally knew a disciple.
So the Bible,
Who? Who wrote it?
the disciples, Peter, John, Luke, Matthew,
No, the first two people that you
Moses.
mentioned are said to be illiterate in Acts 4:13. So I don't think that Peter and John were
So you
writing anything.
believe, so you believe that though, right?
Do you not believe it?
But you don't believe the Bible, what's in the Bible,
Yeah,
but you believe
it's
that
all
verse.
fiction. That's how that
You went,
works.
but you,
But I'm
but you
doing an
believe that
internal
Bible
critique.
though.
I
But you
acknowledge
just
that it
believe that
exists
verse. Why would you bring up that verse when you don't believe the Bible?
because it's internally inconsistent, is what I'm saying.
So did Moses?
Also it never says that John wrote anything.
So did Moses exist?
That's the Old Testament. Stay on topic.
Right. So what happened? So if none of these people existed, what happened in the beginning? Tell us.
I don't know what you're talking about when you say the beginning. What do you mean?
If
beginning of
none of
what?
these people, if none of these godly people did existed, Jesus, Matthew, his apostles, disciples, none of these people existed.
Well, Matthew's one of
What
the disciples,
happened?
so
How
it's
did
kind of
you?
weird he got
Yeah,
mentioned
his
twice.
disciples. What happened to what happened in the beginning?
What do you mean the
exist?
beginning? Why are you saying the
Who
beginning?
Who did it? If
The
they
beginning
didn't
of
exist,
what?
who did exist?
The beginning of
The
what?
world. How did we get here?
Oh, yeah, those are two very completely different.
So who?
Do you
If
think
they
that
didn't
Jesus
exist,
is
who?
literally at the
Oh my
beginning of
God!
the
You
time?
avoid the question. You
No,
avoid the
your question
You
doesn't make
dodge it.
sense. You're
This is my
saying
question.
okay.
No,
Well,
this is my question. Who, if
blank,
they didn't
blank,
exist, who?
blank. Listen.
Wow, you dodge. You
No,
dodge it
no, I'm
quick.
having you explain what you mean by your question because you're talking about the beginning and you're
I'm
trying to
passive.
listen,
You're not listening. You're not listening.
You dumb piece of shit. You keep saying things that don't make any sense. Jesus is not at the beginning of the earth. That doesn't make any sense. Like the disciples are not at the beginning of the earth. That doesn't make any sense. But you're asking me who was there at the beginning if it wasn't for these disciples and Jesus. I that's like asking me, hey, if green is blue, then why does a duck quack? And I'm like, well, that has nothing to do with anything else, and it really doesn't make any sense to begin with. So listen, please ask me a question that is going to be logical, that is at least going to make sense in the words that you are using.
If Paul and Peter if Jesus and Paul didn't exist, who existed? Who
at that
did
time?
exist at that time? Who did
Pilate.
exist?
Pilate.
So Pilate spoke about Jesus.
No, he didn't. We don't have any writings from Pilate.
He the one that. But you believe in Pilate, right?
Yeah, because we have two contemporaries of Pilate who talk about him, and we have archaeology that
right, and he's in the Bible. He's in the Bible.
Barack Obama is in the Amazing Spider-Man comics. Does that mean that Spider-Man is real?
You weird. You don't believe in the Bible, but then you believe in pieces. You bring up pieces out the Bible, like Acts. And
you know the reason. You know the reason that I told you already that the reason I brought up Acts is to show that it's internally inconsistent. But the reason be quiet, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. Let someone who does know what they're talking about explain what's going on in front of your fucking face. Now, that being said, the reason I bring up Pilate is because we have, or the reason I believe in Pilate is because we have actual evidence for Pilate. We have contemporaries of him. We have archaeology that bears his name from this time that he lived. We do not have that for Jesus or the disciples or Paul. Do you know of anything like that we have for Jesus or the disciples or Paul?
But Pilate spoke about Jesus. He the one that had me.
Listen, we don't have anything from Pilate.
But you believe in Pilate.
No, listen, we do not have any writings from Pilate. Just because a real person is mentioned in a fictional story, that does not make the fictional story real. Just because Barack Obama is mentioned in the Amazing Spider-Man comics does not make Spider-Man real.
You confusing you.
No.
You confused.
No, listen. Let me ask you just a yes or no question. If someone puts Barack Obama, a real person, into the Amazing Spider-Man comics and has him meet Peter Parker, does that mean that Spider-Man is real? Yes or no?
No.
Exactly. So just because someone put a real person into a story of someone we don't have any evidence for, like Jesus or Paul, that doesn't mean that Jesus and Paul are real. Just because we know that Pilate is real doesn't mean that a story that includes him. I'm not. I'm just trying to explain to you something that should have been obvious about 10 minutes ago.
Dang, your blood boiling when I get you hype. What's wrong with you?
No. So do you have any other evidence for Jesus, Paul, or the disciples?
So my thing is, how do we know Pilate existed again? Tell me that.
Because of two contemporaries who lived at the same time as him who talk about him
Who was
as well.
that? Who?
Josephus and Philo of Alexandria.
Where they come from?
Well, Philo of Alexandria is from Alexandria, and
Mm-hmm.
Josephus was born in 37 in Galilee.
Isn't Josephus in the Bible?
No.
Yes, he is.
Show me the verse that says Josephus.
Let me go get it.
Good luck.
Josephus is in the Bible.
Show it.
Is Josephus in the Bible?
Yes.
Josephus.
Joseph, husband of Mary.
Joseph or Josepha?
Josephus.
Like to know more about either of them?
Is Josephus in the Bible?
No. The historian Flavius Josephus isn't mentioned in the Bible. He wrote about
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Jesus.
It looks like you're dumb as
Hold
fuck.
on, listen, hold on.
Others who didn't reference him.
But the entire Bible was written either before his marriage. Okay, all right.
Yeah, kind of sounds
Peter
like
was
you don't know
born around,
shit.
which was after the death of. It says he was born he said
In
which was after
37
the
in
death.
Galilee.
But it says right here. Why would they say he was born around 70? I mean, it's 37 AD,
Yeah.
which was after.
37?
And
Yeah.
it says right here, and it says which was
Does
after.
it say
the
he
death
was
and
born the year I said he was born?
Can I finish what I'm saying? It says which was after.
Don't ask a question that I've already given the answer for.
Was
I
after the
literally
death and
told you that he was born in 37. I told you that. And then
you-
you said, no, he's in the Bible. And then I'm not dodging anything. You're just literally repeating things that I have said before. I told you that he was not in the Bible, and you said he was. You then asked AI multiple times because you didn't pronounce the name right.
I was just saying.
And you were so sure that Josephus was in the Bible, even though you didn't know how to say his name. Finally, you said his name correctly because I told you again. And then you were told, no, he's not in there. And now you're just kind of repeating the same shit that I've told you already, as if I know what I'm talking about. You don't, and you're finally learning that someone smarter than you is talking to you about a topic.
Why would this say that he was born after the death and resurrection of Jesus?
The
Why would it
supposed
say
birth
that?
and death of Jesus
Why
all
would it
happens
mention
before 37.
Jesus? Why would it mention Jesus though? You see, Jesus didn't exist, but this
Correct.
is mentioning Jesus. Why?
Because the supposed birth and death of Jesus happened before 37.
But why is it mentioning Jesus if he didn't exist?
Because it's trying to give you a point of reference.
But if Jesus didn't exist, Jesus wouldn't be in this paragraph.
It's trying to give you a
Who
point of
wrote
reference.
this?
It's
Who
also,
wrote this?
by the way,
Scholars
after
wrote
Hercules.
this. These are scholars. It says scholars, historical content.
Okay.
This is historical content that got Jesus in it.
Okay.
Like I said before, you wasn't there to say anybody existed.
Was the
So
scholar?
you could
Was
be
the
wrong,
scholar?
and you could be
Was
spreading a
the
lie.
scholar?
And you are spreading a lie
Was the scholar?
because you believe in Pilate, and Pilate is in the
Blank.
Bible, and
Blank.
Pilate is the one.
Blank. Yes or no? Was the scholar there 2,000 years ago? Just answer yes or no.
No, you wasn't either.
Cool. So they could be wrong,
so you
right?
could be lying.
So they could be.
You could be wrong too. You could.
So could they be wrong? Yes or no?
Yeah, they could be wrong just
Okay.
like you.
So the only difference is I ask for evidence, and you have not provided any evidence that the scholars have given. What is the evidence that what is the evidence that the scholars have given?
What was the evidence of Pilate?
We've already talked about it. All right. So we're going to move on to the next person here. By the way, if you're watching over there on YouTube, welcome in. Welcome in. I take guests on TikTok, so click the link that's in the chat and you can come up on TikTok. YouTube doesn't have the ability to take guests or anything, but if you don't have a TikTok or you don't want to come over, just send a super chat. I promise you I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. Yeah, even if it's something that just tells me that I'm a like fucking douchebag or something like that, that's fine. Please don't say that. But anyways, that being said, if you have a question or a comment or something like that, you can make it there in the super chat and I'll read it out loud and respond. Next person up, we got Bears. What's going on?
How's it going? So you're an atheist, I'm guessing, right? Or
Why would I be atheist?
well, you say Jesus and Paul never existed, so I'm just guessing. So you're Christian?
Abraham didn't say Jesus and Paul existed. Was he atheist?
I'm asking you. What are you? Don't want to tell me what you are, or
You didn't even ask. And also, no,
yeah, I did.
because it's
I'm asking.
irrelevant.
Are you atheist?
It's irrelevant to whether or not people existed in the past
So you don't want to answer the question.
because it's irrelevant.
I just like
Sweet.
knowing who I'm talking to.
Oh,
Just
sweet. Yeah,
see
so
if you
do
have
I.
any
So
common
do I.
sense. That's all.
What's your social security number? See how we
I'm
don't
not
have
giving
to.
you
Yeah,
that.
we don't have to answer irrelevant questions, dipshit. Do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Dipshit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's how you. Okay.
I mean, I know who I'm talking to.
You're definitely in the minority if you don't believe Jesus existed. You know
Cool.
that, correct?
What evidence do you have?
Well, the Bible's evidence, but you don't believe that's a book, right? Or is that a
It's
history
definitely
book?
a book.
Is
It's
it a history
absolutely
book too?
Same thing
Is it a
as
history
Harry
book?
Potter, same thing as Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Is
They're
it a
books.
history book?
It is
Is it
a
a
book
history
that is
book?
trying to tell you history.
So do you believe anything in that book?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like people who we actually have evidence for, like Pilate.
So you believe in Pilate only?
You just asked me for what? I gave you one.
Well, I'm just
I gave you
saying.
one
Okay,
person. Did
so
you want me to give you a
I
list
see in the
of more
background
people?
you say you have Tacticus and you have Josephus, I believe. I can't see behind your hat.
Yep.
So those are people that actually wrote about the crucifixion.
Oh, really? You know why I have?
Oh,
these
you
tack
don't
marks
believe
back
that,
there?
or
Do you know why I have them back there?
no? I don't.
It's whenever idiots come up here and try to say with a full chest of confidence that Josephus and Tacitus actually mentioned Jesus without actually looking into whether or not those claims make any sense.
Okay.
Would you like to
So-
go ahead and become a statistic?
They're not in the Bible, but I'm just saying those are people that wrote about it.
Oh, you think so? Which one?
Both.
Okay. What do they say?
They mention the crucifixion.
What do they say about it?
You tell me.
You're the one who brought them up.
Okay.
You're bringing them up as evidence, but you don't know shit about it.
No,
That's really weird.
I said it's in the background there.
Yep.
Behind your head.
Yep.
I don't have the actual books and the things that they have that they wrote
Well,
down.
you
No,
seem
I
to
don't
be
have that.
talking about what they say quite a bit. How do you know that that's what they say?
How do you
You've never read it, but you know all about it? That's really strange.
No, I have not read it.
Oh, okay.
To be honest with you.
So please
I have
continue
not
to
read
use it as evidence. Typical Chicago.
The Bible's my evidence that Jesus is God is my
Okay. How did you
evidence. So
determine that the Bible was historically reliable when talking about Jesus or Paul?
why do I believe the Bible is?
How did you determine that the Bible was historically reliable when talking about Jesus or Paul?
Because it all fits.
Okay. So, really fast, what day was Jesus crucified on?
I don't know the day of the crucifixion.
Oh, you don't? Well, they had
No.
to take the body down because the next day was what?
I don't know the day.
The Sabbath. It's literally in all four Gospels, and you don't know shit about it.
Oh,
'cause
so
haven't
you
read
so
it.
you did read the Bible. So
Yeah,
you believe
that's how I
then,
know that
right?
it's dog
So
shit.
you
and I know that
believe in
you
the
haven't read it.
crucifixion.
I don't.
So you believe in the crucifixion.
No, I'm just more
No.
aware of your book than you are.
Wait a second. Wait, you believe the crucifixion or not?
No. Nope.
Oh.
I also
why
don't
not?
believe in Harry Potter, even though I've read those books.
You don't believe in Harry Potter?
Yep. Because unlike
But-
you, I know
see-
how to tell fact from fiction.
Oh, you do? No, you
Mhm.
don't, because you don't have common sense. I'll tell you what common sense is.
Common sense is coming
Let
up.
me give you
common
common sense.
Is common sense
Because
coming
you
up
don't
here?
have any.
Is common sense coming up here, crashing out, and not being able to tell when your Lord and Savior died, like what day of the week he died on? You don't even know. We literally have a holiday in America for it, and you don't even know what it is. You're a terrible representative for Jesus. 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. Not only have you not done so respectfully, you don't know shit about your own book. How does that make you feel? Is it worse than being a Bears fan? Probably not. But still, must feel pretty shitty. Oh, man. You got anything else?
if you're so confident, why do you mute me?
Because all you're doing is just laughing and you're not actually responding.
Because you're a funny guy.
Sounds good.
Because you don't
So
have
what
common
day was
sense.
Jesus-
When I'm
what
talking to
day
someone
was
that doesn't have
Jesus-
common sense, it's kind of
Sweet.
hard. See?
What day was Jesus crucified on?
I'm not going to give you an answer to that question
Because you
it's
don't know
irrelevant.
it. No, it's not.
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not. You
It's
said that
irrelevant.
the entire story fits, and I'm showing you that it's not going to fit because the Bible contradicts itself when talking about Jesus.
No, it does not.
Yep. Okay. What day was he crucified on?
Where's the contradiction here?
Answer the question, and you'll find out.
Good Friday.
All right. So you think it was Friday?
Sure.
Is
Does
that
it make
yes
a
or no?
difference?
All right. So
Does it make a
according to-
difference? What is going to change if Jesus
All right.
and Paul
Hold
never
up.
existed?
Slow down. Slow down.
Did he exist or not exist? Yes, he
Slow down.
existed. He's
All right.
our savior.
This is John 19. Do you have a preferred version of the Bible that you'd like for us to read? What's your
Sure.
favorite
How
version of the
about
Bible?
John 1:1? Just start at the beginning. John
Sweet.
1:1.
I asked you for a version. What version of the Bible do you like? Do you like the KJV, the NIV?
It doesn't
do you like
matter
picture
which.
Bibles? It sounds like you can't read anyways, but like what version of the Bible would you
Oh, I
prefer?
can't read right.
I mean, what version would you like to read?
Try the King James.
All right,
John
we'll
1:1.
go King James. All right, here we go. So we're going to go to KJV. We're looking at John 19. Now,
John
what
1:1.
what we're taking a look at here is the crucifixion of Jesus. John 1:1, by the way, doesn't have the crucifixion, so congratulations, you're stupid for two reasons.
No, but
we're
that
going to go ahead and
shows
move on to
that
something else here.
shows
What
where
it says
he's at
is
in the
when
beginning.
Pilate therefore heard that saying, he brought Jesus forth and sat down in the judgment seat in a place that is called the pavement, but in Hebrew, Gabbatha. And it was the preparation of the Passover, in about the 6th hour. And he saith unto the Jews, Behold your king. But they cried out, Away with him, crucify him. Pilate saith unto them, Shall I crucify your king? The chief priests answered, We have no king but Caesar. Then delivered he him, therefore, unto them to be crucified. So it sounds like Jesus is still alive at the 6th hour, and then he gets crucified later, correct?
Sure.
Okay, now this is on Friday, and he's still alive at the 6th hour because he's in court. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick look over here. I'm going to go to Mark 15, and I'm going to specifically going to go to the King James Version because a bunch of titty babies like that particular version. And we're going to go to verse 20, I believe it's 25, and it says, and I will read it directly, and it was the 3rd hour they crucified him. Uh-oh. So if Jesus was crucified at the 3rd hour, how did he make his court hearing 3 hours later?
Here's the problem with what you're saying, my friend.
Yeah, please.
Is you really don't know the Bible. It's
Okay.
written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So you're going
Okay.
to have different versions of the same story told by 4 different
That
people,
contradict?
4 different ways.
Okay.
Do you understand?
So,
Like if a cop pulls you over,
so
you know-
you think that Matthew was a
you want to double talk me? You want to just talk over me? I wasn't done.
So who
but
wrote Mark?
Go ahead.
Who wrote Mark?
Mark.
Where does it say that?
You're going to go into that now. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So you're just going to pretend they didn't write the
I've
books.
got it up here. Where in Mark does it say that Mark wrote it?
It doesn't say.
Oh, it doesn't.
It's just
okay.
assumed.
So
But see,
you
someone
just
with
reached
no common
elbow
sense
deep
like
into
yourself,
the chocolate starfish
Somebody
and
with
decided
no
to throw
common
that out?
sense like yourself would question that.
Okay.
Right? Like
Common
who wrote
sense,
Harry
common sense.
Potter? Who wrote Harry Potter?
J.K. Rowling. It's in the book.
Dummy.
It's in the book.
Oh, can you prove it? Maybe she didn't write it. Maybe it was someone else.
Maybe.
See how stupid that sounds from an idiot that has no common sense like you?
Mhm.
It sounds perfectly fine. So go ahead. What's your next problem?
Sweet. So where in Matthew does it say it's written by Matthew?
Again,
Nowhere?
Harry Potter, buddy. Harry
Okay.
Potter is written by who? I can
J.K.
use the
Rowling.
same argument. You're just not being smart here.
Okay.
Just like somebody that's dim I can't explain things that people have
So
dim.
are you saying
that are
that if
dim.
it doesn't say the name of the author in the book, we can't say that author wrote it? Is that what you're saying?
If it says Matthew, it's either written by Matthew or one of his scribes.
Where does it say
If it's
Matthew
written by
in it?
John, it's written by John or one of his
Sweet.
scribes.
Where does it say John in
That's
it?
it.
Where does it
That's
say John in it?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I'm talking about the books, dummy.
Okay. When were the titles given?
Excuse me?
When were the titles given to those gospels?
What titles?
Are you
Matthew,
for
Mark,
return
Luke,
to
and
touch?
John?
Yes. When were they given?
When the Bible was canonized and they put it all together?
No.
No.
Nope.
So who put the Bible together?
That's not the question. When were those titles given?
I asked you a question.
Sweet.
You don't want to answer that.
I will
do you?
answer it as
Perfect.
soon as you answer my question. When
What's
were
your
the titles
question?
given? I've already asked it. When were the
I
titles
gave you
given?
an answer. You didn't like it.
You couldn't tell me when that was. I asked you when.
I said when the Bible was canonized.
When is that? I don't know what that is. Tell me when that was.
Sometime after Jesus.
Sometime after Jesus? So like in
Within
1940?
100 years. I can't give you the exact date.
Within
I don't have
100 years. Okay. So within 100 years of Jesus. So you think the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were given sometime before 130?
When the Bible's written and put together.
Believe it or not,
And then
so
they
within
all
100 years, within 100 years would mean before 130. I would like to show you this. Let's see.
Well,
who
I'm talking about
gave
around.
the Gospels
Around.
their name.
I'm not giving you the exact
And not
date.
a problem. Not a problem. Well, I'll give you the exact date. In fact, the person who actually gave the names, the titles to the Gospels is Bishop Irenaeus of Lyon, who, by the way, was born, not even kidding, in 130. So literally,
Okay.
he was born.
I said
the
100.
year.
I said around 100 years. So
Okay,
150.
150?
Okay, dummy. Okay,
150.
Dummy. You sound so smart now. Oh wow! I said around 100 years.
And it
In
was
130?
150. You were off by 50%.
Ooh, so close.
Do you typically
Right?
make a lot of 50s on your tests? That sounds about right, especially for a Bears fan.
You got
That
about
being
50%.
said, that
You
being
got about
said,
a 50% brain issue.
so you
yeah.
think that someone writing and saying that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were the authors or the titles of these books in 180 is somehow meaning that they actually wrote them 150 years before?
Listen,
though it never
was
says it in the text?
compiled. It was compiled.
That's not when it's compiled. That's when the name is given.
You know how many years it took to put the whole Bible together?
It took Marcion about maybe 3.
2000. I mean, this has been going on for thousands of years
Cool.
before the Bible's put together, and it's written. It's like you can skepticize about it later. You can poke holes at it all you want, but it's true. And you want to poke holes because you have no common sense. That's fine.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Awesome. So really
You
quick,
have no faith.
what time was
You have
Jesus
no
crucified?
faith.
What
The
time
only
was
faith
Jesus
you have is
crucified?
in yourself.
What time was Jesus
The
crucified
only
again?
faith you have is in yourself.
Sounds good. What time was Jesus crucified?
Uh,
Was it
I
3
don't
or
know
was
the
it
time.
after? Was it the third hour or
I
was
don't
it after
know,
the
but
6th
he
hour?
was crucified.
Okay.
He was crucified.
So it should be very clear because I mean you already agreed.
It is very clear. He was
Okay.
crucified. He
Well,
died
I
for our
asked you.
sins.
I asked you earlier. If Jesus was crucified after the 6th hour when I read John, and you said yes.
Listen.
So wait, hold
Was
up,
he
hold
or
up.
was he not
when
crucified?
Listen, you explicitly said yes.
You
Jesus was
only
crucified
want- you
after the
only-
6th hour.
Listen.
But then, whenever I showed you this,
It
you
was
started to
written-
change your words. Was he
I'm not
crucified at the
changing
3rd
nothing.
hour, or was
I
he
haven't
crucified
changed
after the
one
6th
thing.
hour? Okay.
I haven't
Well, then
agreed
answer
to
the
one
question.
thing you've said, and
Answer the
I haven't
question.
agreed to anything you've said.
Yeah, you said yes, Jesus was crucified after the 6th hour. You said that after you read John.
Yes, Jesus. Listen. Yes, Jesus was crucified.
After the 6th hour? That's what you said yes to.
I don't know what hour he.
Well, you said it was after the 6th because we read it. And then you changed your tune whenever we read something
Written
that
because
contradicted.
it was told by 4 different people 4 different ways, and you're going to take
You think that that's
like
good?
a little detail
Mhm.
and
Is it a
listen,
contradictory
when somebody
detail?
gets pulled over.
Is it a contradictory detail?
No, it's not.
Oh,
No, it's
okay.
not.
So someone can be crucified at the 3rd hour and also in court 3 hours later?
Let me
Is
explain
that possible?
it to you because you're not
Is
so
that
you're not
possible?
so smart.
Is that possible?
Let me listen.
Listen.
If you
All
get
right.
pulled,
I asked you a question, and this is how this is going to go. You've reached the ultimatum point in this particular live, and this is a fun spot. because I get to ask you a question, and if you don't directly answer it, you get ejected from the panel. That's how that works. Now, you can always, at any point in time, and I'll let you know, pull the oh shit handle. It looks like an X up there, all right? And if you click that, it will take you back to the land of milk and honey, where the Chicago Bears are actually a good, semi-decent football team, and it's just a land of make-believe, all right? Now, here's your question. Just answer it, just directly, when I let you speak by clicking the unmute button. Can you physically be crucified at the third hour and still be in court alive 3 hours later? Is that possible? Go ahead.
First of all, I guess you don't watch football either, because the Bears were in a
And how'd they do? How'd they do? That's funny. All right, get to some super chats there. $9.99. Thank you very, very much from 0513 says, even atheists don't dispute he was a real person. I might be wrong on that one. This is dumb. Okay. Debating random people who don't know anything doesn't prove your own value. Go talk to Wes Huff and see how far you get. Unless Wes Huff has any kind of evidence that you guys don't have, which makes you guys kind of sound pathetic that God didn't give you those tools to actually prove that his son was here. That's kind of weird. God gave it to Wes Huff, but not to you? Oh, that's terrible. But anyways, Wes Huff's not going to have any particular information that is somehow going to prove that Jesus actually existed, or Paul for that matter. All he's going to do is regurgitate old hat and just say the same shit that everybody else up here who is a fan of the Chicago Bears or didn't actually graduate high school. Sorry, a bit redundant there. But someone who didn't actually graduate high school would come up here and present. All right. Now, I understand that there's plenty of people who have come up here before and they've been people who have gone to college, people with 4-year degrees. There's been PhDs who have come up here, and even those people sometimes, at least like Mononosphere, have come up and said, you know what, your view of mythicism, the idea that Jesus and Paul didn't exist as presented by the New Testament, is something that I actually agree with. Uh-oh, that's weird. Now, who is somebody who talks about Jesus and swears that he existed but doesn't have a PhD? That would be Wes Huff. That'd be Wes Huff. He doesn't have a PhD, and yet you guys dick ride him so hard for, I don't know, the random, like, debate he had with somebody who was even crazier than him. That's really strange. All right. AZ Mike, I've got a bachelor's. There you go. I don't even know if that was a joke. It might be. That might actually, that actually might be true in two different ways.
Arby's, we have the meats.
That's why they call him Black Salami.
So if you've got any evidence that Jesus or Paul existed, please, for the love of all that is holy, come up here. I want to hear from you. I really do. Click the link that's in the chat there if you're on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, the link is about, or the request button is right here or down here. Please click the link. Click the request button. Come on up. I want to hear from you. I want to have a conversation. As long as you're not an asshole like the last guy, we can actually have a decent conversation. It's perfectly fine. That guy came in here already on 100. Now, there's also a super chat really fast. $2 from Captain Hammer Corporate Tool that says -5 points for not wearing the cowboy hat. I don't wear the cowboy hat whenever I'm not planning on going live for too terribly long. It may end up being perfectly fine. May end up being a decent stream, but for the most part, I think that, due to the fact that I went live for a really long time the other day, about 7 hours, it may not be that long. But if you're on YouTube and you want to ask a question or make a statement and you don't have a TikTok, you can send a super chat. I promise you I will read it out loud and I will respond to it, even if it's just something calling me a douchebag. All right, Frankie Madriver? You there? You there? I don't know. He may not be here. No idea. Let's see here. Also, over there on YouTube, $5 there from Resting Op Face says, "We're not here to start no trouble. We're just here to do the Queefer Bowls shuffle. What? If anybody's got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Remember, guys, 1 Peter 3:15. I'll go ahead and put it up there on the screen. This is something that all you Bible-believing Christians need to remember. 1 Peter 3:15 says, "Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give a reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect." Please, if you have evidence for Jesus or Paul, come up and present it. In fact, if you don't come up and present it, you're letting God down. That's what 1 Peter 3:15, that's what it means. You're going to let God down if you don't come up here and give evidence. I say it every day. I really do. But if you don't come up here and give evidence that Jesus and Paul actually existed 2,000 years ago, whenever you die, Jesus is going to look you dead in the eyes and he's going to say, "Depart from me. I never knew you. You didn't take time out of your busy schedule to tell the guy, that douchebag on TikTok or YouTube, that I actually existed 2,000 years ago, that Paul actually existed 2,000 years ago. You didn't actually give any evidence for it." What? If you don't come up here and give the evidence, you're letting God down. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy, the same puppy, twice. Don't believe me? Look it up. Look it up. Look it up. It's in the book of 2 Kings. Don't shoot the messenger. All right. So please, come on up. Save damn puppies. Save the puppies. All right, let's see here. Am I the only person who is team cowboy hat? Bring back the cowboy hat. If you got any evidence, either request up. Oh, thank you for little doggy there. Either request up or send a super chat with the evidence and we'll talk about it. All right. Says, "I keep waiting for evidence, but the more I watch this, the more comfortable I am." Bears defense before Jesus. All right. For a moment, everything was back to normal. Nunya says, "Paul existed. We have contemporary evidence of that. He's the one who made the whole thing up." I want to hear from Nunya. Nunya, come up here. I don't know what that means. Do you mean historically they never existed? Yes. But bring back Boo, put the big hat on. Again, we need the cowboy hat. No, I don't know what's going on. Let's get stiff. Yes, please. Show up and give us evidence for Paul. That's what we're really aching for. All of us. We are longing for the evidence of Paul. Paul made it up. Marcion made Paul make it up. Meta as fuck. What's fun is when people say, "Oh, hey, Paul made the whole thing up." Okay, yeah. Paul is Marcion. So, I mean, yeah. That actually lines up with what you're saying. You're actually closer to the truth than you think you are. And the reason they kind of say that is because when you take a look at the Pauline content and whatnot, whoa, that's kind of cool. When you take a look at the Pauline content, you can definitely come to that conclusion, and that's because the Pauline content has a core that is Marcionite. What is going on, Marvel?
Yes, hello.
Hey, what you got for us today?
So, I've noticed that though it's been ages since I've been seeing you
The what?
in my feed usually, so I just came through, that you've gone through many sources, which you've claimed that none of them prove the reliability of Jesus and Paul. Like, for example, the one with Nero, right? Where you claim that the Christians aren't Christian. Can you explain that for me? Why that isn't talking about Christians?
I didn't say it wasn't.
So the Christians mentioned in that source is talking about Christians?
As far as we can tell, the oldest codex for the New Testament uses Christians when talking about Christians in Acts.
So that source about Nero is a good, reliable source to prove that
The Christians existed? Yeah. Unfortunately, that same term finds its way into an inscription in Rome that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. Uh-oh.
Okay. My other question was this, because you also mentioned that you were going to talk about going deep into other religions as well and their historical sources, but you've only continued for a long time on just Christianity. Why is that? Do you have is there a specific reason, or?
The historicity of
Yes,
other
like
religions?
for example, Mohammed. Yes, you mentioned that you were going to go in them. I'm surprised
yeah,
that
that's
you've
our
never
current.
done that.
Yeah, our current project is over that. We're wrapping up with that book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a way to know when that's going to be talked about as well, or?
I mean, we can talk about it now. What do you want?
Okay, I'm curious to know what is your evidence to prove that those are also not reliable. The sources to prove that
what do you mean?
Muhammad is a real person as well.
I never said that.
So then, what are those books about?
What are what books about?
You said the project. Sorry, what's the project about on
The
on those
project
kind of
is
things?
over like the Quran and whatnot. The Quran, the Old Testament,
Okay.
the Book of Mormon. But I've
Book of
never said
Mormon.
that the things that talk about Muhammad are not reliable. I never said that.
Okay, then I must have misheard. Well, those were my questions anyway. I want to make sure that there was a bit of a consistency, because all I was seeing was Jesus and Paul, Jesus and Paul. You know.
Right. Yeah. That's because that's the most recent book, Christ Before Jesus.
Yes.
And
Yes.
of course, it'll still be available whenever the next book comes out as well. And we're even going to follow up with some of the things that we have learned since the book came out back in March of 2024. And by the way, anybody who's interested in it, the ebook is $3, and the link's in the bio or on the YouTube profile. But that being said, when it comes to the Quran, it talks about Jesus, and that's a fictional character.
Also that.
So the Quran is also wrong when it talks about Jesus. So it's not like it fixes the problem or something. He's not a real person.
Okay. Are you ever going to do a live on that where you say the Quran is fictional?
I mean,
Talk about it.
I am now. I don't say anything about the New Testament here. I'm just talking about Jesus and Paul. So any book that says Jesus
but this
and
is
Paul
clearly
existed,
a Christian, you know.
do you see anything up there that says anything about the word Christian or the word Bible,
Okay.
the word phrase New Testament? It's talking about Jesus and Paul. So if there's another text that says Jesus and Paul are real, that is also not correct. It's not that hard. So the Book of Mormon talks about Jesus. I don't think it talks about Paul, not really. But it talks about Jesus. It's incorrect. Quran talks about Jesus. Incorrect. I don't know. It's not that hard.
All right then. That's fair. That's all right.
Yeah,
then.
I mean both Islam and Mormonism are offshoots of Christianity, anyways. So I mean, okay.
Okay, good point, I guess. Yes, and lastly, about when you mentioned that there was a contradiction between the time, where it seemed that one was talking about the 6th hour, or I think, what was it, the 3rd hour in Mark?
Yeah.
Have you considered how scholars usually talk about that passage and why it was different? Is there anything on that? Because I haven't gone deep yet, but
It's a
just question. And if you've gone
contradiction, is what it
into,
is.
that's what they've came to a conclusion to, that's a contradiction.
Yep, because it is. That's why literally every
So it's not because
translation.
one, yeah.
What?
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying it's not because one is like using a different way of counting, for example, which is something I read somewhere, but I don't have time to go look through it.
Apologetics. That's not an actually scholarly take. Both Roman time and Jewish time both began at dawn.
At dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that's it for me then.
The difference is the day of the week. So at
They believe.
midnight, the Roman day started in this, or not that, like the Roman like date started. Like they would say Friday starts at midnight on Friday, or like 12:01 or whatever on Friday. But for the Jewish people, Friday would start at sundown on Thursday. So the date itself would be different, but not the time of the day. It's timekeeping is the same.
So you sure that one wasn't using maybe a Roman version of timekeeping?
Those
and
are
the
the
other one wasn't using like
same.
a Jewish?
They're still based off the same thing. Timekeeping is based off the same thing, which is the sun.
Okay, because I
The
believe that
date is based off of something else.
yeah. Because lastly, I'll say I believe that one was maybe counting or talking about specifically from the time I think during Pilate, when they met with Pilate, and the other one was talking about specifically from the crucifixion specifically.
No, that doesn't make
Like
any
one
fucking
was
sense.
referring to the crucifixion itself, and the other
No,
one was referring.
that still doesn't make any sense.
Why is that?
I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all, because that would be trying to say that it became dark when it becomes dark. Okay. Like darkness was all over the land whenever the sun went down. Okay, for 3 hours, what did it come back up at 9 p.m.? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Oh, well, I guess that's all I can say about that then.
You understand how that argument was really stupid, right?
I mean, I was looking at the different ways
Yeah, no,
it
that
could
way,
have been
that
regarded
way
this
was probably
passage.
the stupidest
And you
way
claim that
I've
the way
heard
is
it
stupid.
argued.
I can see why you'd say that anyway. I'll say this.
It's
at least.
because it says that darkness showed up from the 6th hour to the 9th hour. If that is talking about from the time that he's in front of Pilate, that would mean that it starts, like, especially if it's talking about in John, like when Jesus was there, it's like
Yeah.
a little past noon that he gets crucified. So darkness showed up at 6 or later and lasted until 9 or later. What does the sun fucking come back up after 9 p.m.? Like what?
Well,
So see how stupid that argument was?
you could also say that Asian authors also sometimes.
No. I
rounded
need you
to
to
be
recognize how
precise.
stupid that argument was. Because you're trying to say, ooh, Mark is actually just counting the hours since he was at, like, since he had been in court with Pilate. So it would be 3
Okay.
p.m. when he says the 3rd hour. It would be at earliest 3 p.m. So 3 p.m. or later whenever he gets crucified, according to Mark. But that would also mean that the sky went dark at 6 p.m. or later, duh, and stayed dark until 9, and then I guess the sun came back out? Why wouldn't they just say it stayed dark for the rest of the night?
I mean,
I mean,
that's why I said they may have used a different way of, time in terms of the
yeah, because
timeline.
they
Anyway.
didn't.
Since it's different, two
you
people.
want to put the
right?
word may in there because that argument was so incredibly bad that you want to
Well,
distance
it's just
yourself from
one
that.
of my arguments.
Okay.
One
Do you
point,
have any
and
other
one of the
arguments for
points.
it that you'd like for me to go ahead and
Well,
show is stupid?
No, it was just the previous one that I already brought up. Yeah, that's
So
basically it.
that's one of your arguments, but that's the only one you have?
Yes. Yeah. I guess I'll go do more research on it, then come back another
do.
time. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
That was really weird. I'd never heard that argument before. Literally never heard the argument that, like, Mark is saying it was the 3rd hour after he went to Pilate. But again, if you're basing that off of what John says, so John says he's in court at noon and gets crucified afterwards, which is, I mean, okay. So the 3rd hour from Pilate would be when he gets crucified. That's 3 p.m. But then it gets dark at 6 p.m. Okay. And then stays dark until 9 p.m. And I guess wasn't dark after that? Like, why would anybody be surprised that it got dark at 6? Silly arguments. Okay. What's going on? Unhinged Viper. Yeah,
Sir,
so
good
the
morning. Well, good afternoon.
yeah. Well, depending on where you're at, I guess. In the great state of
Right.
Texas, it is 11:39 a.m.
Yes. Good late morning then.
Oh, yeah.
So, first and foremost, have you ever believed the Bible?
What? Yeah.
Have you ever believed the Bible?
Yeah.
Have you read it cover to cover?
Yes. Well, actually, you know
Which-
what? Let me put a caveat on there. Some of the minor prophets, like if you're going to quiz me on them, I'm probably not going to remember them very well, but I've definitely seen them. I've definitely breezed through them, that kind of thing. Some of the minor prophets or whatever. But other than that,
And
yes,
then
I have.
and then the whole forum isn't even about whether you read the Bible or not. I get that. Ultimately,
So good
we will
move by
never-
asking that question as your second question.
I mean, it's very simple. In fact, it's so simple that we complicate it by trying to apply logic to it. Because if you don't even attempt to utilize faith to understand the Bible and accept that you will not apply logic to the things of the supernatural. So if you never even thought to accept that you won't understand everything in it, you're probably going to come up with a lot of this doesn't make sense, because it's a supernatural existence that God is. So, I mean, I'm guessing the sound effect is supposed to be for comedic value. But
Yeah, what you said
Are-
doesn't make any sense, is not
I
relevant to the
know,
topic,
I just,
and
that's
doesn't
my
progress the
my-
conversation forward
my
at all.
my comment is that you can't apply logic to
To whether or not
a
people
principle.
existed in history? You can't apply logic to a
Well,
historicity
so
claim?
who? So
That doesn't make a
even
lot of
other
sense,
faiths,
does it?
Even other faiths claiming that Jesus existed, whether that's
who?
not enough.
Like who?
Like Buddhists claim Jesus
Nope.
existed.
Yeah, well, Buddhist
Muslims
people
claim
or like
Jesus-
the Buddhist writings? Because Buddhism started hundreds of years before Jesus was supposedly born. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, okay, so Islam.
Islam is an
Muslims don't
offshoot of
believe Jesus
Christianity.
existed? Okay, well,
And
not
also,
talking
their
about
book was written
Christianity, but-
300 years after the Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire, which is, next to Saudi Arabia.
so the term Christianity is what?
The term Christian,
Is-
a
is-
religion?
Okay, the foundation of Christianity is the basis of Christ that you're saying didn't exist.
No, I said Jesus didn't exist.
Jesus Christ is the Christ.
Okay, well, you can say that, but Jesus didn't exist. Also, the Old
But
Testament
you
says
just
Cyrus
said-
the
you just
Great
said
is a Christ.
Christianity. You can't use the term without the prefix Christ.
Yep, and I'm talking about Jesus.
Jesus Christ. There was a number of Jesus actually in the Bible.
There's also
but
a
not
number
all
of
them were
Christ
the
as well.
Christ.
Did you know that? What does the word Christ mean?
I don't know. I don't have a dictionary in front of me. But
You want to tell me that Jesus and Christ are synonymous, but you don't know what Christ means?
no, I don't have it right in front of me.
Sweet. Well, Christ, or Christos, means, and this is true,
That's just Greek
Anointed.
for Christ. Okay.
anointed.
Okay.
All right? So, the Greek, which is why I said Christos, the Greek version of the Old Testament, the Septuagint, uses the word Christ, or Christos, for high priest about 30 times. It also calls Cyrus the Great a Christ. The Jewish Apocrypha, which comes out before the New Testament, calls Alexander the Great a Christ. What do you think that was just like his last name or something? Like Joseph and Mary
No,
Christ just had a
it's
little
definitely
baby?
a title. There's a difference between
Sweet. So that
a name and
title
a title.
applied to multiple beings prior to the supposed Jesus. So just because the
all of
Christians have
its
a Christ, that does
so
not
all of its
magically
if it's
mean
an
that it
offshoot
means
of
Jesus.
Christianity, if it's an offshoot of Christianity, it's just an offshoot of the title.
It's an offshoot of a
Make
religion.
it make sense. You made the statement. So
Yeah,
if it's
Islam is an offshoot of the
Christianity,
religion of Christianity. Yes.
which is founded in what? The idea of
Which
Christ?
by the time that the Quran was written believed in the idea of Jesus, because Jesus is a mythology that shows up in the 2nd century and the Quran shows up in about the 6th.
So do you even have a faith background? Do you even have a spiritual
No, my background is a whiteboard.
that was funny, but do you not believe in anything? Are you an atheist?
Why on earth is that a relevant question as to whether or not two people existed?
Because what's your point? Is it just to try and mock the faith, or is it
No.
trying to sound funny?
We are
or
trying
get
to
likes?
figure out whether or not two people existed in history. Do you have any evidence that they did?
The Bible is my evidence.
Okay. How did you
But-
determine the
but
Bible
the
was
reason-
historically reliable when talking about Jesus and Paul?
I never considered the history when I said
I know you
believe the
haven't
Bible.
considered it, which is why you think the Bible is legit. But that being said, how did you determine that it was historically reliable when talking about Jesus and Paul?
I chose to believe that as my
Yeah,
faith.
you chose to believe it. Yeah, because it made you feel good. Anything else before we
Well,
go ahead and let you
definitely
down?
not, because if you read the Bible, you know it's not about feeling good at all.
Well, that's exactly why you believe it. But that being said, it sounds like you don't have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, even though 1 Peter 3:15 says you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. Sounds like you don't know anything about the Bible and how it actually relates to history. Sounds a lot like you're kind of like Origen, writing in 230 or 240. He said he wouldn't hold it against you if you thought that the New Testament didn't line up with history, because God himself put in inconsistencies and contradictions into the text in order to make us see it with spiritual eyes, because it doesn't line up with history.
Well, there's no contradictions in the Bible.
I mean, there are.
Well, there aren't, but
There are.
the problem is you think
And there's contradictions
you
about
think
Jesus
that
in the
because you
Bible.
don't understand it, you can qualify it as it not making sense.
I'd like
which
for you
is-
to
which-
tell me what happened with Jesus after he was born. Did he go to Egypt?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. So you haven't read the Bible?
I haven't read it cover to cover, and even still, if
Okay,
I
so how did you determine that there were no contradictions if you haven't read it?
Well, for one,
What did
do you
somebody
believe
you
that-
trust
do
tell you that?
Do you believe that the red letters are the words of God?
Yeah, that's irrelevant. You said that there's no contradictions in there, and there's contradictions
But
about
do you believe
Jesus.
that the red letters are the
Slow
letters
down,
of God?
slow down. What's your favorite version of the Bible?
Actually, the Ethiopian.
Sweet. Well, what's your favorite English version of the Bible? Not Ge'ez, because I don't think you read the Ge'ez language.
Well, there's an English translation of the Ethiopian Bible.
Sweet. What is your favorite English translation of the Bible?
The Ethiopian one.
Okay. What is that one called? What is the English translation of the Ethiopian Bible called?
Give me a second.
You don't know it?
I don't have it tattooed on my arm as we're speaking, no.
You don't know the name of your favorite version of the Bible, even though you were able to tell me what it's translated from?
Let's see.
He just said it to sound cool. Now he's realizing that he sounds really stupid.
Your whole thing of doing this is you believe you're cool, even your
Yeah.
blank framed hat.
Yeah.
So relax.
Sweet. So what's it called, buddy? Uh-oh. That's common sense calling. Better hang up. What's it called?
It actually just says the Ethiopian Bible in English.
All right. And you've read it, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. So the Ethiopian Bible in English. That's what you read whenever you reach for a Bible. That's what you read.
I also have the Holy Scriptures, which is synonymous with the Ethiopian Bible.
Cool. So that being said, when I open, if I want to open up to Matthew chapter 2, what version of the Bible do you want me to read that from? Because the Ethiopian Bible is just a collection. So what version would you prefer?
Well, the Bible is a collection.
Sweet. So what version of that collection would you prefer?
I think
Like
your
what translation?
easiest- the English one, unless you speak Ethiopian.
Ethiopian isn't a language, and also that's not in there. I told you it is.
Oh, what is it? It's K is? That's the language?
Yep.
You speak that?
I do
All
not.
right, let's go for that then. Oh, you
All
don't?
right. Please
Okay.
start reading in Matthew 2 in the Gaze language, please.
Told you I don't understand it.
All right. Well, then, cool. We neither of us understand it, so it sounds like we need to just talk in English like we've been doing this whole time. So what version of the English Bible would you like for me to bring up so that I can show you a contradiction that you don't think is there?
Let's go for King James.
Sounds
How
good.
about that?
You know how hard that was? Not at all. So Matthew 2. All right. So, did Jesus go to Egypt after he was born? Did Joseph and Mary take Jesus to Egypt? Yes or no?
Does it say that?
Do you not know the story? There's only 2 stories of his birth in the entire canon.
Tell me the contradiction you believe is there.
Do you believe that they went to Egypt?
Just-
Yes or no?
I believe if the Bible said it, then it happened.
Okay, well, which part of the contradiction do you believe? Do you believe that it happened or it didn't happen?
I believe word for word there are no contradictions.
Okay.
Just a
Well,
faulty understanding.
so word
of
for
us.
word, so exactly as it says it on the paper, right?
Go for it.
Is that what you meant? Word for word?
Absolutely.
Okay, sounds good. Exactly as it says it. All right, so in the King James Version of the Bible, Jesus is born during the time of King Herod. All right, that's Herod the Great, by the way, but King Herod, whatever, doesn't matter. And the point is, he's born in Bethlehem. And then eventually, Herod decides that he wants to go and unalive a whole bunch of kids. Now, it says that eventually he goes and unalives a whole bunch of kids in Bethlehem because he is trying to, or he slew all the children there that were in Bethlehem because he's trying to unalive Jesus. So what happened was they went down to Egypt. They fled to Egypt.
Okay.
And they stayed there until King Herod was dead. Does this sound familiar?
Sounds about right.
All right. So here's the verse right here. Since we're going word for word, it says, "When he arose," this is Joseph, "he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod." We can actually scroll down to the bottom here, and it says, let's see. "But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeareth in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. And he arose," this is Joseph again, "and took the young child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus did reign in Judea in the room of his father Herod, he was afraid to go thither. Notwithstanding, being warned of God in a dream, he turned aside into the parts of Galilee, and he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophets, he shall be called a Nazarene." So in other words, he's in Egypt to hide from Herod after Jesus was born, and he stays down there until Herod dies, and then goes back up and happens to go to Nazareth because he wasn't able to go to Judea. And God warned him in a dream to go over to Galilee, and that's where he built his home in Nazareth. Do you agree with this?
Again, word for word, if the Bible stated it, absolutely.
So, yes or no, since we've read Matthew 2, did Jesus
Yes.
go to Egypt after he was born?
Yes.
Okay. So, if we take a look at the King James Version of the Bible, therefore Luke chapter 2, Jesus is born in Bethlehem. Not a problem. And then whenever he is 8 days old, it says that he gets circumcised, which makes sense. It says, and when 8 days were accomplished for the circumcising of the child, his name was called Jesus, which was so named the angel before he was conceived in the womb. And when the days of her purification according to the law of Moses were accomplished, they brought him to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord. So in other words, the purification rites for Mary, which are 40 days out, 30 to 40 days out, because she is seen as unclean according to the laws of Moses. So she has to go and sacrifice some things and everything like that to be clean, all right, to purify herself. She goes to Jerusalem, where apparently Herod is at, apparently, or where Herod would have been if this was actually at the same time, but it doesn't matter. We're not going to get into that. The point is, it explicitly says that after a whole bunch of singing and dancing there in Jerusalem, it says, and when they had performed all things according to the law of the Lord, they returned to Galilee, to their own city, Nazareth. So word for word, it says that when they were done in Jerusalem at 40 days, they went back to Nazareth. It doesn't say that they went back to Bethlehem or to Egypt. It says they went back to Nazareth. That's weird. I guess it's a contradiction, word for word.
It's probably just a way the story is told.
Oh, you said word for word.
I'm not changing
You
it
said
at all.
as
I'm not
it
changing my
states.
stance at all.
And what it says is, and when they had performed all things according to the law of the Lord, they returned to Galilee, to their own city Nazareth. You also agreed that Matthew said, because it did, that he happened to go to Galilee. He happened to go to Nazareth because he was trying to return back to Judea, and he built a house there. Unfortunately, this explicitly says that Nazareth is their city. It tells you right at the beginning that he's explicitly coming from Nazareth. He didn't just happen to go there. Uh-oh.
Not uh-oh. There are different accounts that point to the same narrative.
Unfortunately, they contradict. So when does Luke say that he went to Egypt when it says that he goes to Jerusalem at 40 days and then after Jerusalem goes to Nazareth? When does this say goes to Egypt?
you're still
Well, again,
going-
we're
you're
talking
still
word
going
for word
through-
here, unless you want to
You're
add to the
stu-
Bible.
And you can't do that.
Okay. Well, where does
Right?
Luke say that he
Okay.
goes to Egypt or back to Bethlehem?
Not certain on the time frame.
Sweet. So does Luke ever say Egypt in the entire birth story?
I don't know.
We'll search for it.
Does it?
Egypt. No matches. They contradict. Word for word.
You can believe that, but I'm telling
That's
you
what it
doesn't.
says.
Okay.
Does it say in Luke that after they were done in Jerusalem that they went back to Nazareth? Is that what it says in Luke? Yes or no?
I'm guessing no.
It doesn't? All right. Well, it tells you right here that as soon as they were done, they went back to Nazareth. It says, and when they had performed all things according to the law of the Lord, they returned to Galilee, to their own city, Nazareth. So let me ask you again. Does Luke say that when they were done in Jerusalem, fulfilling the law of the Lord for the purification rites of Mary, does it say that they went back to Nazareth? Yes or no?
Everyone in town is waiting to see us take off. Of course they are, Scott. It's the Air Rescue Club's big air show with all the awesome stunts we perform practicing. I know there's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Sounds like the lights are on, but nobody's home there, buddy. So what does it say in Luke? Does it say that they went back to Nazareth after they were done in Jerusalem? What was that about? There's no contradictions, word for word.
Well, I still stand on that.
Cool.
But
so does Luke
again,
say that they
it's
went back to Nazareth after their
just
time
our
in Jerusalem?
understanding.
I'd run too. So go ahead and just answer the question there, Viper. Yes or no? Does Luke say that they went back to Nazareth after they were done with the purification rites in Jerusalem? Well, that's how that goes. Is there anything else that you'd like to add there, Unhinged?
No, I'm
Anything
still
else
here.
you'd like to add to the Gospel of Luke in order to try to make it sound like the Gospel of Matthew that you already agreed to?
Not a single thing am I adding.
All right, so
or-
please answer yes or no. Does the Gospel of Luke say they went back to Nazareth after they were done with the purification rites according to the law of
Again.
the Lord in Jerusalem? Yes or no? I can't hear you when you're off the app.
Sorry, didn't know that.
Sweet.
Where's that
So
you're reading
yes
from?
or no, does
Where
it
was that
say
you're reading from?
the Gospel of Luke? It is Luke chapter 2, verse 39.
Gotcha.
Does that say that they went back to Nazareth after they were done? Is that what that says, buddy?
Yes, it says they went back to Nazareth.
Okay.
Got it.
So, you see how that's a contradiction, because in Matthew you said that they went from Bethlehem to Egypt and hung out there until it was time to go back to the land of Israel, and then instead of going to Judea, they were warned in a dream to go to Nazareth instead. Yeah. This is what we in the business call a contradiction.
Well, I mean, somebody in the comments is actually right, because I will never claim there to be a contradiction, just a faulty understanding of the text itself.
Well, you said word for word.
And still, word for word.
And you picked this version, and word for word is a contradiction. You would have to add to it in order to actually say that it's real. And by the way, are you saying that God gave one of these particular authors a faulty way of writing it? Or did he give a translator a faulty way of translating it?
What I'm saying is faulty is our understanding of the word for word.
You said word for word. There was no contradictions.
I said the contradiction is found.
You said
in
there were no
understanding.
contradictions, and you said word for word there are no
In
contradictions.
Our understanding.
You said that multiple
the Bible
times.
itself is whole and complete.
Sweet. So did they go to Egypt, or did they go back to Nazareth after they were done 40 days later?
The Bible says they went to what, Nazarene?
And Nazarene is not a place. Sounds like you're kind of slipping on some gears there, buddy. You're trying to put two things that can't go together. That's why you're having a hard time with it. It's called cognitive dissonance. Your belief is being questioned because you're now seeing evidence as to why it's bullshit, and you're trying to rationalize it in your head. It can be painful, actually, like physically painful, to actually think about this kind of thing. It's a contradiction. All of us have been there. Just about all of us in the chat. There's 406 people watching you struggle on TikTok and 539 people watching you struggle on YouTube. And we're not making fun of you per se, because we've all been there. It's just you are fighting it tooth and nail. Just about all of us have realized that there are contradictions in the Bible. Some of us, it hurt more than others. But at the end of the day, the most intelligent, the most intellectual of those in the chat that have seen these contradictions, what they end up doing is admitting this is a contradiction. So can you do that for us right here? Can you admit that this is a contradiction because you know now that it is?
It still isn't. I just told you I would.
So what did they do? Did they go?
I would never.
Did they go to Jerusalem and then over to Nazareth, as Luke says, or did they go from Bethlehem directly to Egypt and then to Nazareth? Which one? Which one is it, buddy?
as it's laid out, as it's structured,
Okay.
word for word,
So
line for
what
line,
happened?
what it says.
So at 40 days
Because
old, did he
again,
go to Jerusalem? At 40 days old, does he go to Jerusalem according to the law of the Lord? Yes or no? Did he go to Jerusalem at 40 days old there, Viper? You said as it lays it out. Please present the timeline as it lays it out. Your pastor lied to you when he told you there were no contradictions. And I won't even really say that. Let me take that back. He may not have lied. He may just also be ignorant of this. Do we need to go ahead and move on to the next guest there, Viper? Is that what you want me to do?
sorry, I just got distracted reading the comments, but again,
It's just you and me, buddy.
it is
Read
just
the
you and
comments.
I,
Listen.
my friend. Doesn't I'm
At
ignoring
40
the comments.
days, at 40 days,
uh,
did he go to Jerusalem? Yes or no?
My entire
World
argument
is being
that
ripped apart.
no,
Yes.
not at all.
At 40 days, did he go to Jerusalem? Yes or no?
The only thing
At 40
that is
days, did he
faulty
go to Jerusalem? Yes
is
or no?
our understanding of the Bible.
Sweet. At 40 days, did he go to Jerusalem as is clearly stated in the Gospel of Luke?
Our
Is
only
that what
thing
happened? Yes or
that
no?
is flawed is our understanding of the Bible.
Sweet. The Bible contradicts itself, and there's no understanding that can possibly help this. It will not heal this. And you're going to remember this. There are 410 people on TikTok and 490 people on YouTube. You have currently right now over 800 people witnessing this absolutely being ripped apart.
Which one? The Bible, you think?
This particular belief of yours, that there's no contradictions, because you can't answer a simple question. You said it's exactly as it's laid out, but you can't actually tell me the layout. If I am asking you yes or no questions about the layout, about the timeline, you can't answer them because you know exactly where it will lead. You said that you believe it as it is laid out in the Gospels. So yes or no, Viper, did he go to Jerusalem as the law of the Lord required at 40 days?
Is that what the Bible says?
It says it in Luke.
So it says it.
Do you believe that happened?
I believe that happened.
Okay. So then, what is it? Did he go back to Bethlehem after that? Or did he go to Nazareth after that? Because Matthew says he went from Bethlehem to Egypt.
Again, if it's there,
It's
I
not.
believe it.
It's not there.
I said if it's there, but
So
if it's
when
not
did he
there,
when did he go to Egypt?
again, not exactly certain of the timeline.
Oh, you said it's exactly as it lays it out. Then lay it out for us. You don't know the
I'm
timeline,
not
but
the
you
one.
believe that it's the timeline?
I'm not the one laying out the timeline.
Okay.
I'm saying I'm unaware of the timeline.
Well, Matthew says he goes from Bethlehem to Egypt. Did that happen?
If Matthew said it,
So how does that fit into Luke?
they're both presented in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. So how did he go from Bethlehem to Egypt when Luke says he went from Jerusalem to Nazareth?
One thing I can say is
This is a contradiction.
they were allowed to remain in the Bible.
Because
So
stupid people decided to put it together, and also decided that some people, like yourself, would be duped into believing that this isn't a problem, even though it very clearly is. They also required that priests not allow for just the commoners to read the Bible. It was under lock and key, put away, and written in a language that most people didn't speak, so that people could be kept away from understanding that this doesn't make any sense. And after a certain amount of years, after all these people believing within their minds and their hearts or whatever they want to fucking say, after all these years of believing that they cannot live without this religion, they were finally allowed to read the Bible. But by that point, the cognitive dissonance was too great. What you're going through right now is a realization that your belief that there's no contradictions is bullshit. There's absolutely bullshit in the Bible. There's absolutely contradictions in the Bible. You're
So,
starting to
I'll be
listen.
honest with you,
Viper,
I used to think-
Viper. You've been quiet this long. You can stay quiet a little longer. Listen. What happened over time was once people were able to read the Bible, religion had been pumped on them and dumped on them so long that they didn't question these very obvious problems. That's what you're doing. A priest or a pastor or a trusted individual has told you at some point in your life, probably multiple times, that there are no contradictions in the Bible, and you ate that up because you never actually looked into it. Not once. And that's exactly what the people who are in positions of power within a religion want you to do. And it doesn't even matter what religion. I'm not even really talking to just Christianity here. They don't want you to question whether or not this is a valid text or a valid story or a valid belief, because then you wouldn't be part of the religion anymore. That's how that works. That is how that works. By the time people were able to actually take a look at this contradiction, they were cooked. They could not separate their religion from reality. Just like you. By the time you were able to hear that this is a contradiction, you had already made up your mind that you would never accept any contradiction. Or admit to one. Your religion is based off of your feelings. It's not based off of facts. And I know it's not based off of facts because you believe something that's not true. We're going to go ahead and move on to somebody else. Now, Viper, listen. I know you're still in the chat. And I know that that was very tough for you. But you need to realize this is just the beginning of going through this Bible, of going through any religion, going through your beliefs, and actually questioning whether or not there's actual good evidence to back it up. Keep digging and actually ask questions. Don't just take what the pastor told you as, for lack of a better term, gospel. Consider whether or not there's actual evidence behind it. Consider whether or not it's actually a contradiction. You struggled this much with one? There are hundreds. Anyways, moving on to somebody else here. And before we do it, we're going to hop over to some super chats. Hold up. Unhinged Viper said, I wasn't prepared to actually be given the glory. I don't know what you said. Like now, some people are like, oh yeah, it's too hard. No. This is exactly what he needed, Viper. This is exactly what you need. All right. I'm not coming at you from some place of anger or hate, not at all. I am trying to encourage you to stop saying, "Oh, I'm never going to admit that there's contradictions," when they're staring you in the face. Don't do that. Don't do that. If there's contradictions in a text, admit there's contradictions. If there's problems, there's problems. If there's no evidence, there's no evidence. That's as easy as it gets. Just acknowledge that what's in front of your face is in front of your face. It's not that hard, man. It really isn't. It really isn't. Continue to dig, continue to look, continue to search. You'll find that this thing falls apart really quick. The Bible makes a lot of sense the less you think about it. All right, $1.99 from Madam Storm. Thank you very much for the super chat. Again, if you're on YouTube, request up in the chat. There's a link. It takes you over to TikTok. That's how I take guests. If you don't have a TikTok, you can send a super chat, and I will read it out loud and respond to it, even if it's something just calling me an idiot. $1.99 there from Madam Storm says, Bree says, squeef, 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 squeef. That sounds about right. Also, isn't Bree gone somewhere? I think Bree's like gone. I don't know. I think she's got like a Discord or something. I don't know. I was in her Discord and I don't know. She said something about how she was gone. I don't know. Yeah. Something about how I don't pay attention or something. I wasn't really listening. All right. $5 there from Resting Op Face says, "We are the Bears, Queefing crew. Queefing on down, queefing for you. We're so bad, we know we're good. Queefing your mind like we knew we would." What on earth? 1, 2, 3, 4 of them in there. Ridiculous. All right, and then let's see, $2 from Your Crazy Ex-Girlfriend 2.0. Oh shit. Said at La Push Baby, at LA Push Baby, at what? At La Push. What? I like that, AZ Mike. That's pretty funny. All right. TikTok Melt My Brain. What you got?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what you got, man?
Just a couple of questions, just because you're one of the resources that I like to learn from, and I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. If you were kind of talking about Nazareth with the last guest, the location of Nazareth. Can you? I've heard people say that that's not
With
true.
Alaska?
That Nazareth is not a physical location, and that instead it refers to maybe a people or a sect of people or a group of
No,
people.
that's Nazarene.
Yeah, that's the other term I've heard. Are those are two separate terms? Because I was wondering
Yeah.
if you had any clarification on that.
Yeah. So here, I mean, this is still going to be the King James version, so I apologize for the jump scare there. But let's see. Oh, well, no, this is okay. We want Matthew. Oh, boom, done. Okay, so it's, "And he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophets, he shall be called a Nazarene." So what it's doing there in Matthew is trying to say that a Nazarene is somebody from Nazareth. All right. But unfortunately, the way that it's used, it's very strange. There's multiple ways that it's written, and sometimes it seems like it might be, sometimes it seems like it's not. It's all over the place. We go over this in our book multiple times, actually. It's the concept that for the most part, the word Nazarene or Nazarene may actually make a little bit more sense to be like a particular sect of Judaism that Epiphanius talks about, calls them Nazarenes, and he says that they existed prior to when Jesus was born. Now, of course, what he says is that Nazarenes don't have anything to do with Nazarenes, because that would, or they don't have anything to do with they don't have anything to do with Christians, because they come before Jesus. But I think what he's doing is he's kind of overlooking the fact that that is actually where they came from. It's just he's kind of putting it together. Like, he's like, well, that wouldn't make any sense, so therefore that's not us, even though that is them. And if he admitted that they had connection, which makes sense when you take a look at the other uses of the word, then it would basically prove his beliefs wrong. So he's trying to more or less defend his belief as opposed to actually give a real history. But Nazarenes do seem to be a particular sect of Judaism that was a little bit more closer to like the Essenes or whatever. It's a little further out from the mainstream. Judaism at the time. It's a little bit more Gnostic, if you will. And
Hmm.
so it seems more like that group is probably what influenced a lot of the texts of the Gospels. And so they're tying in Jesus with the Nazarene by having him, or Nazarenes by having him from Nazareth. It's it's really silly, but we do not have any evidence whatsoever that Nazareth was a place, especially a place like the Bible presents it, there in the beginning of the first century.
You do not, you're saying.
Yeah, we do not have any evidence that Nazareth was a town or Nazareth was a
Hmm.
city in any way, shape, or form presented by the New Testament at the beginning of the first century. We don't have any evidence of it at the beginning of the first. We do have evidence potentially near the end of the first, like post 70, but definitely not in the way that the Bible talks about it, because it tries to say that there's like enough men to mob Jesus at a certain point. It also talks about how it has a synagogue, and that doesn't really make a lot of sense because synagogues are generally for bigger places and definitely would have been known, considering the fact that Josephus never mentions Nazareth ever, and he writes about dozens of towns there in his home province of Galilee, born in 37. Never mentions Nazareth. Never mentions
Gotcha.
Nazareth,
So
but it
there's
has a
no good evidence.
synagogue. That seems really weird.
Gotcha. So no good evidence and maybe even contradictions in what, like
Oh,
you
yeah.
mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
I guess another quick question, kind of rapid fire. Let someone else get on.
Mhm.
You talk about the term Christians, and then you've also talked about the term Christians with
Mhm.
an E.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to see if you could clarify that real quick, because that
Yeah,
confuses me.
so it
Because it
seems like
sounds like they're.
Christian was actually the initial way to spell it, or at least what people thought that they were saying, or something like that.
Mhm.
The point is, well, it's not just like, oh, hey, like, well, okay, let me let me back up. It is not just a simple spelling mistake or hearing mistake, because the Christians themselves use it in the earliest codex for the New Testament. It says Christians, where our version says Christians, like literally the oldest codex for the New Testament, Codex Sinaiticus, says Christians instead of Christians. So this is this is Christians themselves, the religion themselves, calling themselves Christians with an E.
Gotcha. And
Kind of
then
weird.
you, you've also mentioned that there possibly was a group called Christians before the Christians came around, so that there was almost a pre-existing group. I think you've even also
Well,
maybe
yeah, I
referred to
would
them
say
as
that
the.
I'd say that that's the same group. It's the same group. It's just they don't have the genealogy of Jesus yet, or the
Gotcha.
mythology of Jesus.
Gotcha. I've also heard you refer to this early Christian before the story of Jesus came around as a mystery cult,
Mm-hmm.
little beginning version of Christianity. Um, can you explain what you mean by mystery cult? You're saying that there
Yeah.
was
So
a very small religion that was unknown or something?
Yeah, so here's the definition, the textbook definition of mystery cult. It's a secret religious group in the ancient Greco-Roman world focused on personal spiritual connections, strict initiation rites, and the promise of a better afterlife.
Gotcha. And there, it
That
sounds
would
like there's
be
been many of those, right?
key examples, and I just pulled this. This is just a AI thing, but key
Yeah.
examples would be the Eleusinian mysteries, Mithraism, and the cult of Isis. Isis was also known as a Christ, by the way.
Gotcha.
Isis Christus. We do actually have a mention of that. Go ahead.
Gotcha. And then just a couple more, and I'll let someone else get on. Let me switch out.
Uh-oh. Oh, keep going.
Yeah. So there's a couple characters that are from around that time of Jesus that I've heard people bring up. I've heard some people say, "Oh, we're Christians. Those are obviously the same Jesus we're talking about." But then I've also heard other people who are more on your line of thinking saying, "Yeah, look, these are just multiple other variations of a similar story," and that they use that as proof that there wasn't a historical Jesus. So, for example, Jesus of Edessus, he was possibly some king. Is that a real person that existed? And have you ever heard of that term?
So there are some claims that the Jesus of the New Testament was actually based on another guy named Jesus. I mean, you could say that. I mean, I've technically said it as well. The concept
Hmm.
of Jesus ben Sirach, who was a writer in the early 2nd century BCE, who came out with a book that's actually in the Catholic Bible. It's called The Wisdom of Sirach. And again, the author's name is given in the text. His name is Jesus or Joshua, Yeshua. But still, the point is, um, it is technically possible that there are some like Jesai or Jesus or Jesus or something like that that is at least where they get the name, but the
Hmm.
actual story itself that's presented in the New Testament does not line up with any of these Jesai.
Gotcha, gotcha. Because I've also heard of the other one, different name. What's this term? It's let me look it up.
Uh-oh.
Apollonius of Tyana or Tyana.
Apollonius of Tyana. So
Yeah.
that is a story that comes out in the late 2nd century. The Empress of Rome actually hired somebody or commissioned them to write a story of this guy.
Hmm.
And a lot of people believe that he existed. We actually took a look at him because it's a very similar kind of story as Jesus.
Yeah, totally.
But it shows it's a little later though. But nevertheless, I think there's not really a lot of evidence to suggest that he actually did exist. It's just kind of a story that gets compiled
Hmm.
much later. But the reason why we were taking a look at that is because my co-author had a thought, and at least initially, or a hypothesis that it's possible that the Gospels were actually commissioned, like people paid writers to come up with these stories as opposed to the Christians writing them themselves. But anyways, yeah, we do have some stories that are similar to Jesus. And if anything, that just kind of tells you that like those kind of thoughts were pretty common at the time.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like there was a lot of fiction being created about these types of
Yeah.
characters and these types of stories.
Hmm.
I guess one last question, because I'm not an expert, I'm trying to learn all this. I know that, I guess it's kind of two questions. One, I've heard people say that in the Old Testament, the Hebrew religion, their text, they have a variety of prophecies that they predicted would be possibly fulfilled one day. And that it looks like in the Christian Bible, the New Testament, these stories of what Jesus did it's as if somebody looked at the Old Testament, found a bunch of prophecies, and then said, "All right, this character Jesus, he does that one. Yep, check. Yep, he did that one. Check. He did that one. Check."
It's
Is
more
that
that they just kind of took a look at the Old Testament and decided to just take like random parts of verses and make them the story of Jesus. Very, very, very few of the actual messianic prophecies of the Old Testament make a lot of sense to even say that Jesus comes close on. And
yeah,
realistically, none of them. I think the the only one that I haven't heard too much of a good argument against, really, in my opinion, is the donkey one, where it says like your king comes on a donkey or something. But I don't know if that's a messianic prophecy. It's just at least something in the Bible that says it, and it's pretty obvious that that's where they fucking took the story. But like,
yeah,
that doesn't mean that it's a actual like you'd have to show that he existed in order to fulfill the prophecy. You can't just say, "Oh, hey, look, here's a character in a book, and then here's a book that says that that character is going to exist. Therefore, this guy existed." Like the prophecies don't even matter to me. I don't give a shit if he fulfilled all the messianic prophecies in the story. It didn't exist, so it doesn't matter.
yeah. I'm looking at it more as in terms of where did all these stories come from. Yeah, I don't think that. I think that it was maybe just an author that looked at it and
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, how hard is it
But
to come up with a story if you have the blueprint right in front of you?
yeah, it's definitely obviously not proof of anything. I agree.
Yeah.
And then the last little question,
Hmm.
kind of related to that older Testament scripture and the New Testament, the Talmud, and I don't even know when the Talmud came into. I know it's a whole lot of different pieces of material put together, but there are stories of Jesus in the Talmud, and they have description of how he died, and they make claims that he was stoned to death, he was not crucified. They have claims about this Jesus character
Yeah.
that are different than the Christian
Yeah, it's because they're
scripture.
not super familiar with the New Testament, but they're at least vaguely familiar with it. Consider this. You know how we talked about Nazareth and how Nazareth isn't mentioned by Josephus or anything like that? It's not mentioned in maps, lists. It's not in the Jewish Apocrypha. It's not in the Talmud. It's not in the Mishnah. It's not in Philo of Alexandria's works. It's not in the Old Testament. It's nowhere. Nowhere to be
Yeah,
found at that time. Consider this. In the Babylonian Talmud, which is written between the 3rd to 6th century, so potentially after Christianity was the official fucking religion of the entire empire,
yeah.
it calls Jesus Nazarene.
Hmm.
Never says Nazareth, it just calls them the Nazarene. And then it goes on to call the Christians Nazarenes too. It's incredibly obvious that this is something that is taken from the gospel as opposed to a real story that they remembered 40 years before their temple was destroyed. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, so you're saying that it looks as if the writers of the Talmudic writings
We're basing their
were,
attack off of what they know from the gospels that were already around.
but so we think that, I guess I don't know, there's probably a lot of opinions, but they felt they they didn't necessarily believe the story, but they felt the need to attack the story or
Yeah,
to
I mean, they
have their
literally
own
say
version of the
Jesus
story.
is boiling in liquid shit forever, is what it says. It's a
Yeah,
polemic against the religion as opposed to saying, "Hey, he didn't exist." They just because you didn't really say that back then. You just say, "Hey, um, your theology is whack. Your stance is whack.
yeah,
The way he
Ron
doesn't
Hell.
like to smile, whack. But me, I'm fly as fuck."
Gotcha. Because I thought that was weird. It's that if they didn't like this Jesus character or they didn't like this new religion, why would they feel the need to claim that he had a different death? Why wouldn't they just say, "Yo, he didn't die at all because he never existed because you guys made it up"? I just thought it was odd that they had their own version of his death, and I thought that was interesting and trying to understand everything, kind of the way you were trying to understand everything.
Mm. Well, I mean, still, it's written between the 3rd to 6th century, so it's potentially after Christianity is massive. So it doesn't really mean that they're actually talking about a real thing.
Yeah, totally. Gotcha. Alrighty. I really appreciate being able to ask you questions. I'll probably try to ask you some more in the future. I'll let someone else on and thank you.
All right. Thanks.
See ya.
All right. Let's see. Hopefully somebody got that reference. I think somebody got that reference. I think the prototype got that reference. There we go. Let's see. We got $4.99. Hard work $83.95 there on TikTok super chat. Thank you very much. Says Jesus is going to come back like a queef in the night. Oh my god. See, every once in a while they're clever. We're running out of cleverness, but every once in a while they're clever. Your crazy ex-girlfriend 2.0 since $2. Thank you. Says quit queefing and play my Twilight Loca or Loco. I guess I'd be anyways.
Bella, where the hell have you been, Loca?
It's so awkward. All right. $5 from Genus Species. Said, hey guys, it's me, God. I've taken over Jaren's body to ask the Catholics to stop eating my son's body. Each bite burns him with the fire of 1,000 suns. What? Oh God. That's ridiculous. Okay. I fall slowly.
Hey, yeah. I'm not really, I guess, like trying to debate, more like questions like the last guy.
Okay.
First I would just want to clarify, like, what evidence you're actually like looking for.
Looking for evidence that would prove that Jesus and Paul actually existed there in the 1st century. The most likely thing that we could find would maybe be crucifixion or arrest records or
There
something
we go.
like that.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
You froze for a second. I didn't hear your response.
Well, the most likely thing that we could find would probably be a crucifixion or arrest record. Really, I'm looking for anything. I would accept anything from the 1st century that talks about these people with their real names in mundane ways.
Okay, so you're not talking about like modern scholars that like study this and then have their hypothesis on the situation, right?
I mean, as long as it's based in actual evidence, I don't care about somebody's opinion. Just give me the evidence as to why it's there, and that'd be fine.
Well, okay, so like I see you have like Erman written on your board there, right?
Oh,
So
yeah,
he's an
yeah.
agnostic scholar, right? And he's accepted that Paul was a real person. So just trying to find where you disagree with him.
Do you think that there is historical evidence for Paul?
I believe that we have to rely on people from that era, or
Okay.
there has to be like a connection from back then to now. to realistically, logically conclude that their possibility is more likely than not.
Then name me someone from Paul's era who mentions him.
I mean, first one that comes to mind is the Clement of Rome.
That's in 150 or later.
It's not.
It is.
Well, 1 Clement is widely known by scholars to be written on 95 AD.
No, there's no evidence
Which
of
would
that
require-
whatsoever.
Okay, well, can you fact check that?
Yep. Do you
Okay,
know
that's
why
fine.
they date it to 95?
You're disagreeing with my point, so let's fact check it
Yes.
first.
Yes. The entire reason that it is dated to 95 is this right here.
Okay, wait. So you are conceding that it is dated to 95 when you just said it wasn't.
I said there's
You
no
just said
evidence.
150.
I said there's no evidence to date it to 95. I don't give a shit why. I don't give a shit like whether or not people say it's
so do you
dated to
concede
95.
that the scholars?
People say it's
Whoops.
written in 95. There is no evidence for it. I don't give a fuck if someone says 95, or some people say it's written in 60. Do you think it's written in 60? No. So you disagree with what people say? Okay. I don't give a shit how many people say something. Unless they have evidence for it, I'm not going to believe it. And
Okay,
the
but
only reason
wouldn't
that they say it's written in 95 is this right here. I'm not fucking kidding you. This is the entire reason they think it's written in 95. I'm not fucking kidding. Owing, dear brethren, to the sudden and successive calamitous events which have happened to ourselves. This is the entire reason they think it's dated to 95. And the reason they think that is because if Clement existed in the 1st century and potentially died in like 100 or something like that, then maybe he would be writing in the late 90s or the mid 90s, and Emperor Domitian was said by the Christians to be persecuting them in the 90s. Unfortunately, scholars actually found out in the 1900s that no, that was a lie, that he never actually did persecute the Christians. He just persecuted the Jews. He didn't do anything to the Christians. So, no, even if this was about Domitian, which it's not, and it never insinuates that it is, that still didn't happen. So, no. Also, the first time that Clement is mentioned, first Clement is mentioned, is in 180 by Hegesippus or Irenaeus. I'd also like to point out that nowhere in this entire text does it say Clement. Also, I'd like to point out that according to the Moratorian canon, The Shepherd of Hermas was a book that was written in the middle of the 2nd century by the brother of Pope Pius, who was pope during the middle of the 2nd century. And in that text, the author says he tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him in the middle of the 2nd century. That's fucking weird. Also, from a stylometric standpoint, we see that it's a composite letter anyways. So, and it comes up with people who are writing in the 140s, 150s. Yeah. So anyways, that being said, no. I don't give a shit how many times people say, oh, hey, it was written in 95. Cool. What's your evidence for that? None? Sweet. Moving on.
Okay, but your argument here is the disbelief in that there's evidence of it being written in 95, but you're not offering any alternative evidence.
I did.
that
I
it's
literally
not.
just did. What did I just say? What did I just say about when Clement could have lived?
Wait. So you gave your
The
opinion.
Shepherd of
on-
Hermas, which is a mid 2nd century text, states, but the author states that he tasked Clement with delivering a letter for him in the middle
But
of the
that's
2nd
enough
century.
proof. That's enough for proof for you.
What I'm
to
saying is
say
that he must be active in the middle of the 2nd. Also, it doesn't say Clement wrote this. The first time we get any mention of it is in 180. So what I'm saying is that if Clement wrote it, which doesn't look like we have a lot of evidence for, it sounds like Clement was writing in the middle of the 2nd century.
In Philippians?
Say what?
Wasn't Clement mentioned in Philippians?
Why the fuck do you think that matters to me?
Well, if Clement was mentioned in Philippians, which
Yeah.
right, we're assuming that Paul wrote, right?
What the fuck does this say?
Right. Okay.
Why
so
the fuck do you think I would care about Philippians mentioning Clement? Philippians is absolutely a 2nd century text. You think I give a shit about that?
So if wait. Okay. So who do you think wrote? Wait. So who do you think wrote the books of the Bible that you're suggesting that Paul didn't because he didn't
The
exist.
Pauline epistles in their earliest iterations come out in 144, published by Marcion and his Marcionite students. And, by the way, in those iterations, Clement isn't mentioned. He's very clearly added later on, which would be post 144, which would be perfectly fine with Clement being mentioned in the middle of the second century.
Do you have evidence of the churches? Like, do you have evidence of the author that wrote the books?
Evidence of the author that wrote what author?
Well, you're claiming that. Okay, so you're claiming
There's multiple
that the
authors.
books were written, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
claiming
Otherwise
that the
we
books
wouldn't have them.
Wait, slow down. So
Yeah.
you're claiming that the books were written. You're just claiming that they weren't written by Paul.
Correct.
But you have no evidence to
Mhm.
identify the actual author, is what you're
Well,
saying.
considering the fact that there's multiple authors within them, and the first time that they're published, they don't have the word Clement in it.
Authors.
Listen, even if Paul did write it, the earliest iterations that we have, which come from Marcion in 144, don't include the Clement line. So what's your move now? I'll grant you that Paul wrote it. Still doesn't mention Clement in the earliest iteration.
Well, if you grant that Paul wrote it,
sweet,
right?
It doesn't mention Clement.
Whoa,
in the earliest iteration, it doesn't mention Clement. What's your next move?
Well, if you're granting that Paul wrote it,
and
right,
didn't mention Clement. So what's your next move?
Slow down. If you're
so what's your next move?
Paul wrote the books, then you have to concede that Paul existed.
Sweet.
Okay, great.
That was your point? That was your gotcha?
Well, it's not a gotcha. You're granting that Paul wrote the books.
If I grant that Paul wrote the books,
wrote
the books, I'm not saying that it writes in the first century.
Wait, I'm confused. If you're granting that Paul wrote the books, how
did you determine they were in the first century? How did you determine they were in the first century?
You're the one granting.
I didn't grant anything. I had listen.
Okay, go ahead.
You dumb motherfucker. I am not saying that he's writing in the first century. Where's your evidence that Paul wrote in the first century?
I don't need evidence now. Even
if I grant you that Paul existed in the second century, what I am saying here is that the Paul that is presented in the New Testament did not exist. And even if Paul wrote in the second century, it is perfectly fine. I don't give a shit because the New Testament presents him as somebody who was writing in the first. So where's your evidence he wrote those in the first? Let's say he was a real person who actually helped out Marcion. Still doesn't help you any.
Yeah.
How did you determine Paul was writing in the first century? How did you determine that either Paul was writing in the first century or that he wrote anything about Clement?
Okay, but how did you determine that anyone but Paul wrote the books in the first century?
Because of the fact that when they are first published in 144, they have multiple authors within them, and also the Marcionites are said to have done it anyway.
Okay, so then
in fact, Tertullian himself actually said he had to take Paul's existence on faith, and the only reason he did so is because he said he had his own edits of Paul's letters. Otherwise, he believes Marcion discovered or invented Galatians, which would be the first epistle.
Okay, so that's
also by Christian scholar standards, at least 4 or up to 4 of the epistles that are published by Marcion in 144 are already fake.
I'm still confused here. So
I understand.
You're claiming that there are authors that you can identify.
I didn't say I could identify them.
Well, you're making the claim
that sounded like that.
Wait. So yes, you did. You made the claim that there were multiple authors,
like just people that work with Marcion. Sure.
Okay, slow down. You just made the claim that there were multiple authors that wrote the books.
Yes, because we can see different styles of writings within the books.
You just said that you didn't make a claim anything close to that.
Yep, because I did not say anything about the identity of these authors. I just simply said
that you're saying you can't identify the authors. You can't identify.
There are multiple authors within the text. Yes. And they get published by Marcion in 144.
Are we specifically talking about just the texts that Paul allegedly wrote?
Yeah, there's multiple authors within them.
Okay, but you can't identify them.
We can't identify them specifically and say this is the person.
Okay, but doesn't an alternative to the traditional viewpoint need evidence, not like just disbelief?
No. Because the style of writing still comes up with second century authors, and it's first published in 144.
Okay, So you're saying that an alternative
And
does not need evidence, just a
correct.
disbelief in the view.
Listen. You're trying to say, and throughout all of this, that not only that Paul existed, as opposed, I mean, if you think that Paul existed but he wasn't in the first century, then I guess cool, we can agree on that. But if you think Paul existed as presented by the New Testament, as in somebody who writes these letters in the first century, all right, what you're going to need to prove is that Paul wrote them and that he wrote those particular letters in the first century. All I have to show in order for this to be true, that Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist, all I have to show is that he either didn't write the text or he wrote the text, but not in the first century. That's all I have to show. In fact, I don't have to tell you exactly who did write it. I just have to tell you it couldn't have been Paul as presented in the New Testament. That is how that works.
But it would be the same argument for me. But it would be the exact same argument.
All right, sweet. Then how did you determine it was written in the first century?
If I make the
how
claim
did you determine
that
it was written in the first century?
That's not the question.
It is because no, listen. Paul, as presented by the New Testament, existed in the first century and wrote these things in the first century. Correct?
No, I'm claiming. So you're making the claim that early churches.
So
wrote
what we're
going to
do, I'm going to ask you this question one more time. If you can't answer it, we're going to go ahead and move on to somebody else. In the New Testament in the New Testament is Paul presented as writing in the first century? Yes or no?
I'm not entirely sure about that.
Okay.
But it would.
So it sounds like you're arguing for something that you don't know much about, because not only do we have the Pauline epistles, but we also date them, and this is like even like Bart Ehrman would date them based off of a book called Acts, which is in the New Testament. Do you know this? Okay, sweet. And Acts says that Paul is alive at the same time as certain people like Festus and Gallio and Gamaliel. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Can you cite? Okay.
Do you understand that?
I understand, but you're way off on the point that we were making earlier.
Listen. So Gamaliel, Festus, and Gallio all exist in what century? They existed in what century? The first or the second?
Right, but I'm waiting for you to place Paul anywhere other than the first century.
Sweet.
Place Paul anywhere other than the first century.
The Pauline letters?
You granted that he
even if he wrote them,
books.
he wrote them in the second century. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, but place him there.
Place them there because they're first published in 144 with a style of writing that is from 144 from that time.
Okay, now produce the churches or authors that published them in 144.
It doesn't have to. Marcionites.
No, that's my point.
Marcionites actually published them in 144. Tertullian says this. Irenaeus says this. Origen says this. Justin Martyr says that that Marcion was active in the 150s. So,
okay, but
and he's an actual contemporary.
Ignatius writes that Paul was from a previous generation, and Ignatius was second century.
When do you think Ignatius was written?
It was early second century, very early.
Nope. In fact, Christian scholar M. David Litvak actually places it in from 165 to 170. Because, and this is true, it's not mentioned until 180.
It was it was 107.
Nope. The only reason you date that to 107 is because the only reason you date that to 107, the only reason you date that to 107 is because of Eusebius, an admitted liar who says that Ignatius died in 110. Unfortunately, no historian who doesn't just take Eusebius' word for it places it.
Do you see how you're deflecting all of this stuff?
No, listen. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just regurgitating what some apologetics website said or some scholar has said at some point in time, and you didn't actually fact check it or look into what they're presenting as actual evidence for it. That's the problem. Same reason why you probably brought up Ehrman, all right? And you mispronounced his name anyways. The point is, you read something, but you didn't actually see, okay, what is the evidence that they're actually giving? You just read like the abstract. You just read the overall takeaway, or you heard it from somebody and just believed it. You didn't actually dive in to see why are they saying what they're saying. The reason anybody says that Ignatius writes in 107 is because Eusebius says he dies in 110. All right. And the information that is found within Ignatius actually dates it much later. Again, M. David Litvak actually places it about 165 to 170. I'm not necessarily going to say it's that late, but still, we have scholars who are saying it's as late as 170 because of the internal content. All right. Now,
Right, but
That
if
being
you,
said,
how can you believe
if you
some
want to check
scholars
it
and
out, you
take them for
can.
their word
But
and
there
then
are
not
other
accept the word of other scholars?
because of the fact that the only reason that any scholars place 107 is because of an admitted liar named Eusebius trying to say that he died in 110. It depends. If a scholar says, "Oh, hey, I looked at the content and I date it to this time," okay.
Uh-huh.
And another scholar says, "I looked at the content and I date it to this time." That's dating it off of the actual thing itself, the actual content of the letter. But if a scholar says, "I date it to 107 because he died in 110," that's bullshit, because the only person who claims that he died in 110 was an admitted liar in the 4th century, who, by the way, other scholars said had a theological incentive to lie and place Ignatius's death as early as possible.
How are you defining admitted liar? Because
He
isn't
literally
everyone
said he literally says that he is okay with lying to advance the church. That's what he says. He quotes Plato in his book Praetorio Evangelica. What he says, or Preparatorio Evangelica, he says that Plato made the argument that a lawyer could lie in the defense of his client, and that is justified. Likewise, he says, it is okay to tell a falsehood. It would be okay to tell a falsehood in order to get someone to do something or to believe something willingly, as opposed to by compulsion. All right. So the point is, in these particular books from Eusebius, he tries to, or in this book, he tries to say that Ignatius died in 110. No modern historian who doesn't just take Eusebius' word for it places his death in 110. They all place his death about 140 to 160. Some scholars even say that he's Peregrinus Proteus, who died in 165.
Wait. So if the claim that you're agreeing with is that he died in 140,
I didn't agree to that. I'm just telling you that scholars place his death from anywhere from 140 to 160. Some of them place it in 165, and again, Litva places the dating
right, but
of the text to 170.
wasn't your claim earlier that Ignatius wrote what he wrote after 140? You said he wrote it way later.
Okay.
So then you're contradicting with those
I literally
specific
told you
scholars that you're quoting.
So I told you that he's dated his death is dated anywhere from 140 to 160 from most historians.
So
160 absolutely includes the 140s, and it includes the 150s.
Are you claiming that though?
I'm saying that that's where they date it to, and
but
and I'm also saying that some scholars date it as late as 170. What I'm agreeing to is the fact that it is very clearly not 107. So you can't just say, "Oh, hey,
we're not saying that his death was 107. He wrote."
I understand. What I'm saying is that he did not write in 107 because they only place it in 107 because of the supposed death. They don't put it in 107. They don't put it in 107.
So when do you think Ignatius wrote?
It doesn't matter. You stated that it was 107, and I'm showing you that it can't be placed in 107 because the only reason they place it there is because of a dubious claim at best. I am saying that it is later, and unless you can provide any good reason to actually nail it down to a particular point in time, it's not a very good argument. I would accept, I guess, 170 from Litva. I'll accept it. I'll accept 160. I'll accept 145. I'll accept 150s. I'll accept a range of dates. I'm fine with that. Anywhere from 145 to 170. Fine with me. But I'm not going to accept something that is based off of someone who had a theological incentive to lie. And that is a direct quote from a scholar who actually studies Eusebius. All right? So, that's not how this works. Again, it seems that you have misunderstood how to actually have a conversation like this. You are trying to state that there are reasons to why we know that Paul existed, and you are making claims like Ignatius wrote in 107, or Clement wrote in 95, or Paul was writing about Clement and he wrote in the 1st century, but you're not actually backing it up.
I'm willing to concede.
I don't
that's
have
why I'm
to
asking
prove
for
the
your
alternative.
dates.
I just have to show that what you're saying isn't actually provable.
Okay, so, wait. So to clarify, I'm not regurgitating something online.
You are.
That's why I'm asking for your opinion on what what are you agreeing to, so that then I can properly
I already
argue
told you that
against
I
it.
am fine with anything from 145 to 170, which is
so you're
a
saying
lot
that
of
he
scholars.
wrote it between 145 and 170.
I'm
Does
saying
that
I'm
change
fine with
what's in the
145 to
writings?
170.
Does that
That's what I'm
change what's
saying.
in the writings, though?
Change what's in the writings?
Right,
No.
right. So the claim is that regardless of the date in which Ignatius wrote it, if
Mm-hmm.
your claim is that he still wrote it, then it still references Paul as an earlier generation, which still
And
then puts Paul in a first generation, which then makes it more conceivable that he wrote the books. And if you're
no. In fact,
disagreeing with
we
that,
very
then
clearly have
provide
people
a
who write from
piece.
Paul.
No, provide evidence. If you're
Mm-hmm.
disagreeing with all of that, which is logically assumable, right? If Ignatius wrote, again, I'll repeat it. If Ignatius wrote, it doesn't matter if it was 107 or 170. If he still wrote and identified as Paul as an earlier generation, that means it would place Paul in first generation or first
No.
century.
No.
And then
If
therefore
somebody says in 170 that a previous
then we're never
generation,
going to get anywhere if you can't.
so wait, no,
Okay, so then it
you're
switches.
saying
Then the
that if
burden
he's
has to
writing,
shift.
okay,
If you say no,
you're
the burden
about
has
to
to
get
shift.
disconnected because it's very incredibly dishonest to say that somebody writing in 170 who is saying a previous generation and that automatically means the first century. It also doesn't really matter anyways. Even if he was trying to say that he's from the first
No,
century,
he
which the
wrote
New
that
Testament is trying to say, I
he was
understand.
implying.
Listen. Listen. It literally does not matter because I understand that the New Testament is trying to say that Paul was in the first century. I get that, but that doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it true at all. In fact, they're very clearly pulling from a text or pulling a character from a text that showed up in 144. We do not have any evidence of him prior. The only reason that Ignatius would be something that I would like default to or listen to or give a shit about is if you had evidence that he was being that Paul was being talked about in Ignatius prior to 144. But if you don't have any evidence, then the earliest that we have again is published in 144 and therefore from Marcion. And also Marcion is said to have potentially made this whole thing up.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't make any sense if you granted earlier that Paul existed, whether it's
In
first
the second
century,
century,
second century,
cool.
whatever.
Awesome.
Okay, so when you grant that, you're conceding that he existed.
No, I am
It doesn't
talking
matter.
right now. I'm talking right now
Your
about
question
Paul as
isn't
presented by
did
the
Paul
first
write the
century.
books anymore.
I have stated multiple times, and you're about to get. We're going to go ahead and disconnect and move on. But I have stated multiple times that what I am talking about is Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist. You do not have any evidence that Paul was writing in the first century. Even if I granted you that Paul existed, was in a generation before 170, and was written about post 144 as dying and doing all this kind of stuff and claimed to be in the first century. Cool. Where is your evidence that any of these writings were actually from the first century? Because the earliest iterations show up in 144 and do not include these names that try to attach him to anybody else who you're talking about, like Clement and stuff like that. And again, someone later on adding to the story does not help actually provide evidence for things hundreds of years or 100 years prior. That's not how that works. Otherwise, we could say that Muhammad, for instance, he writes a truer version of Jesus, even though he's very clearly not writing about Jesus prior to the New Testament. He's writing because he's heard the New Testament. So he's writing about this. He does not have better information than the people before him. Likewise,
all ancient sources put Paul in the first century.
There's no ancient source that mentions him outside of Christianity, and Christianity doesn't mention him until 144.
Paul's own letters from 80 when he wrote
Show me
them.
any evidence that Paul's letters were written. Where in Paul?
And
Paul's letters do not date to the first century. They do not. There is no evidence of them whatsoever in the first century. There's none. And the only reason that you thought that Ignatius and Clement were good examples is because some apologist at some point in time told you that they were written super early, or you read something from some scholar that didn't actually have anything to back it up. Again, that just tries to claim that, like, for instance, Clement was written in 95. Clement was not written in 95. The only reason that they say that is because of this line. And that's very clearly bullshit. That's not how we're able to date things. It's really not. It is wishful thinking. Okay. Jordan, how's it going?
What's up, Jared?
Hey.
I want to add on to the guest before me.
Okay.
He made a really good he provided really good evidence. I just want to add on,
He provided
because
good
I was
evidence.
about to
Good
bring.
evidence how?
Yes. Let me read you the Epistle of Clement, 1 Clement 47, verse 1 to 3. Take up the epistle of the blessed Paul the apostle, what wrote he first unto you in the beginning of the gospel,
Oh,
of a
Jesus.
truth he charged in the spirit of concerning himself
Nice.
and Cephas and Apollos, because that even then ye had made parties. Now, when he
Cool.
wrote his letter, and I noticed you posted it up, he apologized because he was writing this letter to the church in Corinth. Let me
Who
provide
is
some
he?
context. Clement was writing
Prove it.
this letter to the
Prove it.
church in Corinth.
Prove it was Clement.
The epistles of Clement survive today in
Sweet.
multiple.
Prove it was Clement.
Well,
Where does it
there
say that
were
Clement
a
wrote
lot
it?
of evidence. It's called the Epistle of Clement.
Awesome. Awesome. And you know what? You know what the Book
You
of
know,
Mormon's
my
called? It's
friend,
called
my
Another
friend,
Testament of
give me the
Jesus
chance
Christ.
to. I have minimum time up here. You're
Sweet.
gonna
Well,
give
then
me
just
for
show
sure.
me anywhere in this text that it
Hold
says
on,
that
my
Clement
friend.
wrote it.
Hold on. You talk very fast.
Yeah.
Just slow it down.
Show
a bit.
me
Slow it down.
anywhere in the text that it says Clement wrote it.
The epistles of Clement are letters of Clement to the
Says
to the
who?
Corinthians. Wait. Let me make my
Says
claim
who?
first. Let me provide my evidence, please, sir, please. So he wrote this letter to the Corinthians because there was turmoil within the church, division. Why? And before he wrote the letters, he started off by apologizing with everything that's going on, which places him in the first century because of the persecution of Christians by Emperor Domitius.
Where does he
Domitian.
say? Where does he mention Emperor Domitian?
He doesn't mention him, but
All right.
it
So how did
places
you
it there.
determine it was
It
Emperor
places it.
Domitian?
Because the persecution of Christians
Where does it
in
say
that time in
persecution of
Corinth.
Christians?
My friend, you are king of deflection. Please let me
Okay,
finish.
you're making a whole bunch of claims and you keep saying, "Oh, because of this, because of this, because of this," but you can't back it up. That's the point. You have bought into, just like the last guest,
My friend,
bullshit
please.
claims of when these texts were written and
Just
how
because you
impactful
won't
they
accept
are
it
because
doesn't
of
mean
the
it's
fact
not
that
real.
a Christian said it or
Just
they
because you
or a
won't accept
non-Christian
it
relied on
doesn't
Christian
mean it's not
tradition.
real.
Show me anywhere, Jordan, show me anywhere that says that Clement wrote it or that he was talking about Domitian or he was even talking about how they were dealing with, at the time of writing, literal violent persecution.
I just read it to you.
You
The
did
Epistle
not.
of Clement. I just read it to you. First
Okay.
Clement 47,
No,
verse 1 to 2.
nowhere in here does it say anything about Domitian.
Might I
Does it
remind
mention
you?
Domitian?
No, the
Then why
persecution
did you
of
say
Christians
sweet? Then
places
why
it
did you
within that time.
No. Okay, do you think
Yes.
that the persecution ended with Domitian?
No.
Okay,
I
then
don't
why
think it
isn't it in
ended.
the second
But
century?
when did
No,
Domitian die?
listen,
96, right?
listen, Jordan. Why isn't it a persecution from someone in the second century then?
Because he's talking about Paul.
Sweet.
We're talking
Are
about
people in the
Paul.
second? Do people in the
And
second
I'm
century
using
talk about
Clement
Paul?
as evidence for
Do people
Paul.
in the second
And
century
it
talk
places
about Paul?
within the first century.
Do people in
which
the
also
second
places-
century talk about Paul? Yes or no?
Of course they do.
Okay, so
Even
how
now,
did you
people
no,
talk
then
about Paul.
listen, how did you determine that when it talks about this supposed persecution that it was not any time in the second century, that it was explicitly Domitian?
There is through First Clement, there is documentary proof that by 96 CE, the church in Rome knew Paul.
It doesn't talk
been
about 96 in there.
You're very dishonest and disingenuous.
Where does it say
my friend.
96? Where does it say that? Where?
I provided you evidence.
No,
it doesn't
you
have to
didn't.
say
You're
in
just
96.
Okay,
in
then how did you
96
determine it was
CE,
talking about 96 and not the second century?
because of what was happening, the events that was happening in that time.
Was there persecution in the second century?
I'm pretty sure, not that I know of.
You're pretty sure, not that you know of?
I mean,
What are you talking about?
I'm not too sure, but
You don't
not-
think that
no.
the Christians were persecuted in the second century? You don't believe
I
that?
think they were.
You think they
If you
were?
could provide, yeah,
Oh, okay. So like Ignatius, all these people, they weren't unalived for their faith?
they were.
Oh, okay. So did they live in the second fucking century?
No, Ignatius, second
Sweet.
century.
When did he die? In the 2nd century?
I think 108, 110.
Okay.
Around
Well,
there.
that's clearly just
That's
taken
where
from
historians
Eusebius,
have
which is what
placed
that.
it.
No, they don't. But that being said, even if he did,
You won't accept it. You won't
sweet.
accept
So
any
how did
other
you
date
determine?
other
How
than
did you
that
determine that Clement wasn't talking about that? How do you determine that he wasn't talking about 110's persecutions? Because he never says anything about the 90s, and he never says anything about Domitian. So how did you determine he wasn't talking about the persecutions that happened in 110?
Hold on. I don't know it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How did you know he
Yeah.
wasn't talking about persecutions that happened in 140?
Listen. we're
How did
talking
you
about
determine he wasn't
Paul.
talking
We're
about persecutions that
Paul
happened
here.
in 140?
You're going way off the point, bro.
Nope. We're going to try
talking
this
about
again.
Paul.
How did you determine that he wasn't
We
talking
are
about
talking about
persecutions in
Paul.
140?
We're talking about Paul right now.
Okay.
Evidence.
I'm going to ask you this one more time. I'd like to get an actual response from you. That'd be great. All right. How did you determine that he wasn't talking about persecutions in 140? Go ahead.
Hold on. Just turn my mic on. How did I determine that he wasn't talking about persecutions under 140?
In 140.
Well,
Yep. How'd you
140.
determine that?
When did Paul die? Or when did Clement die?
How did you determine that he wasn't talking about persecutions in 140? Talking about when Clement died isn't going to help you because it literally never says the name Clement in this entire text.
I don't have an answer for that.
Exactly. Listen, the date range for when a text can be written, an ancient text like this, it is based off of two things. All right. The earliest is going to be based off of the content. So if it mentions something going on, you would have to say this is the earliest it could be written. All right. The latest a text can be written is the first time that we get any mention of it, or the first time we get a manuscript of it. Obviously, those are going to be copies usually, but the first time we get like a mention of it is usually pretty good. The first time we get a mention of First Clement, the letter from First Clement, is in 180. So the latest it can be written is 180. The content itself is super vague. And if you believe that Paul existed in the 1st century, then the earliest it could be written is sometime in, well, it would have to be like in 60 or so. Because, if you believe that he was put to death in 60s, then yeah. So we have a date range of 60 to 180. We have a 120-year range. And arbitrarily, out of their ass, scholars have decided that it's 90.
Historians and scholars, yes. Just because
And the
you say
reason
it's,
why they
it's
do
with-
that
it's
is
out of
because
that-
they don't
outside of
want
that year
Clement.
doesn't make
They
it
don't
so.
want, if it's written by Clement, they think Clement is in the 1st century, so therefore it would have to be in his lifetime. But the first mention of this letter is in 180. You think that there was a letter that was sent to Corinth, and they held on to it for 90 years before mentioning it?
Yes, because if you think about it, how long does a letter take to get from where, what's his name, where Clement was, which is in Syria, to Corinth?
Like a
It takes a
few
long
days.
time. A few days by
Like a
flight through
week.
plane. A week.
Where do you think
This guy
Corinth was?
just across the sea.
Yeah, so they took it on a boat?
Which takes
And that
how
takes
long?
what? Oh, at most a week?
A week.
Yeah. Do you think it takes 90 fucking years?
It takes a couple months. I'll tell you
No.
that.
No.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes. Obviously, you haven't been at sea.
You think it takes months to get across the Mediterranean?
Yes. In those days, yes.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and move on to somebody who actually has some kind of clue as to how reality works. Thank you for coming up there, Jordan. All right. Aleph. Jesus Christ.
How's it going, bro?
Let's
Can you hear me?
see. Sailing straight across the Mediterranean Sea takes about 1 to 2 weeks of continuous sailing, depending on your exact start and end ports. So yeah, not that long. Not that long at all. All right. Let's see. Yeah, what you got for us today, man?
Yeah, I just had a question to kind of like start everything off. So, seeing how the title is about Jesus and Paul, they're both ethnically Hebrews. So I just wanted to ask you if you believe that the Hebrews, most notably, I'll just use the term Israelite. Do you believe that the Israelites were a real group of people?
Do you want to start with a question that's not fucking stupid?
I mean, please edify me on why it's stupid.
What's your next question, man?
No, I'm being serious. I'm just asking if you believe they were a real
I'm being
group of
serious
people.
too. That was fucking stupid. Next question. Was that your only question?
No, I mean, I just
All right,
wanted
well
to
then skip
know.
to the second one.
Okay, man.
Yeah, that was really bad. And then he left. That was his only question. All right. Of course I believe they were people. They weren't or something? Like what the hell are you talking about? Oli
Hello.
Paz, how's it going? And he disconnected? That was weird. I didn't even say anything. Oli Paz, if you want to come back up, you can. That was really strange.
Flawless victory.
Who's been spamming in chat? Wait, who was spamming? Oh, the guy that just came up? He was only here for like 2 seconds. Said that he connected for like 16 seconds and then he hopped down. That's really weird. If you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Like I bring you back up there, man. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. $2 Canadian there from Kazak over there on YouTube says every queef shall bow. He wasn't blocked, was he? I don't know what happened. I don't think he was blocked. Oh, he had zero. He was up here. He was up. He came up. If you don't have any evidence, for, or if you do have any evidence for Jesus or Paul, request up. Hit the little link. If you're on YouTube, click the link that's in the chat. It'll take you over to TikTok. That's how I take guests, because YouTube doesn't have the ability to do that. But I can absolutely bring you up if you request up, or you can send a super chat and I will read it out loud and respond to it. So Lady Hug says, read my comments. Okay. So try another account. Don't tell yourself, oh, he said you can't talk to me with your pride flag. What? I blocked him. What? Oh, okay. Oh, he was blocked. Oh, okay, because he said some stuff. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. That checks out. All right. I didn't see him. He blocked while he was up. Damn, so close yet so far. Yeah, don't say bigoted shit, guys. That's weird. Don't be dumbasses. Don't be dumbasses. Let's see here.
You done messed up, Aaron!
Yeah, usually. Did I tell you where the BHI thing comes from? That they're part of the tribe of Judah?
I don't know if that guy was BHI. I think he was just like, maybe, I don't know.
He had to have been BHI or FBA. It sounded like BHI from the way he was talking, because they don't believe Jews are the real Jews. They believe they're the real Jews. And it's because there was a tribe in Western Africa, a kingdom known as the Wayuda, and the fucking French, cheese-eating surrender monkeys. My wife, who is French, loves that joke. The fucking French, when they translated Wayuda, they just spelt it Juda. Holy shit. And YouTube, stop asking if he's Jewish. I'm gonna block you for 24 hours when you do that. YouTube is already
asking if I'm
muted
Jewish
him.
or something?
They ask if you're Jewish, they ask if you're Muslim, they ask if you're Mexican, and as the summer goes on, it gets darker and darker. So like we get a bunch of, is he Indian? Is he Pakistani? Like, elope note. God damn it. But anyway, the kingdom of Wayuda was translated as Juda in French, and
What?
that took the kingdom of Wayuda in Western Africa was translated in French to Juda, and that is the foundation for all BHI, because the French mistranslated it and they mixed it with the tribe of Judah. That is where their claim to be the real Israelites comes from.
That's weird.
People think I'm fucking around, apparently.
Someone said he's a Trump supporter. Oh yeah. Big old fan of Trump.
Usually it's the opposite. We get Trump as God every once in a while. And I don't know if mermaids are real. I can't say. But yeah, anyway, the whole BHI, like the BHIs are insane anyway, but the fact that it comes from a mistranslation from the French when they were trying to colonize them is just adds a level of course, the whole thing.
So what you're saying is anytime that we get into a conversation with one of these BHI people,
Purple people eaters.
Purple people eaters. Speaking of the Vikings, we have to blame the French?
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, that checks out.
Yeah. Doesn't it?
Yeah. So just to recap, in French, they spelled Judah?
So they spelled Judea Judah, but they also spelled the Wayuda, which is Whyuda, I think, if I remember correctly. That kingdom that they were trying to interact with and then eventually colonize and destroyed, they translated that as the same. So it was Judah for the Wayuda and Judah for Judea, and so it got mixed up, and some people just started calling them both. Well, they were basically called both the same, and people lost the context and were like, "Oh, these were Israelites that made their way to Western Africa."
Interesting. Rebel Apostate over there on YouTube's like, no way, it's our fault. Don't you put that evil on me.
Well, to be fair, it was more the people reading the French that didn't understand context and were like, "Oh, we're going to put it together."
Yeah. Well,
but still, the French.
That's how you have to understand. Well, not you, but like just people in general have to understand that like misinformation is not always presented by people who are actively trying to deceive you.
Oh yeah.
It could just be like, oh hey, like I just fucking didn't understand this, or an evolution of thought from something that didn't really make a lot of sense to someone, or they tried to piece it together and just got it wrong, but it stuck around. So that's why I say that, like, despite the fact that Jesus and Paul didn't exist, I'm not saying that like they were created as a means to control, or I'm not even technically saying that Marcion even believed it per se. It's just that it's something that gets presented, and it's something that gets built upon, and it's something that evolves over time to eventually people, well, they believe it. And yeah, there's a bunch of people who deceive later on, but it doesn't have to start with a lie. It can just be someone just telling a story and someone else believing it.
Like Christianity?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's where a lot of misinformation comes, is somebody is telling a story, and yeah, it just takes somebody who passionately believes it without looking into it to start spreading it around. All right, I'll let you get to this guest.
Oh yeah, well, thank you for coming up there, Aaron. Everybody. He had to put that in there. All right. Let's see. Paul of Tarsus, how's it going?
What's going on?
Not a lot. What you got?
My question is, do you believe the book of 2 Peter was interpolated?
Interpolated?
And when do you believe it was written?
2 Peter
mentions
interpolated? Well, no, it was just written in the 2nd century. That's all it is. I mean, all the New Testament is, but 2 Peter is definitely not anything that would be of any real value, considering the fact that like Christian scholars acknowledge that it's not written by the same person who wrote 1 Peter. And 1 Peter wasn't even written by Peter, because Acts 4:13 says Peter was illiterate.
No, but regardless of whether or not Peter wrote it, he refers to Paul, and he refers to his epistles. So
yeah, because 2 Peter is after the epistles came out. The epistles are some of the first things that actually show up.
When do you believe the epistles were written?
And written or published?
Either.
140s, early 140s.
Written in 140s?
Mm-hmm. I would accept maybe late 130s or something like that, but they're published in
So 2 Peter was written. So 2 Peter was written after?
Yep, absolutely. Why? Did you think that 2 Peter wasn't or something?
Yes, I did.
Based off of what?
But the internal evidence.
The internal evidence of 2 Peter?
But yeah, I had another question now.
Okay.
Because the epistles of Ignatius and Polycarp come before 140, or whatever your supposed dating of the epistles of Paul. However, they quote from the epistles of Paul.
Say what?
The epistles of Ignatius and Polycarp quote from the epistles of Paul, and they were written around the year 100 to 130.
Prove it.
There's many quotes.
No.
It's common knowledge.
Prove that Polycarp and Ignatius wrote in 100 or around that time.
Prove that they wrote in 100? Well, Irenaeus states there.
That doesn't make any sense. If Polycarp was writing in 100, then how would Irenaeus be a student of him if he wasn't born until 130?
No, I didn't say Polycarp was wrote in 100. Ignatius wrote around 110. Polycarp wrote a little later, like 130. Yeah, Irenaeus says he saw Polycarp preaching.
No, he said Polycarp saw John preaching. He was a student of Polycarp.
Say that again?
He said
Irenaeus
that Polycarp saw John preaching, but Irenaeus was a student of Polycarp, is what he says.
Wait, so you don't believe the epistles of Polycarp Ignatius came before 130?
Absolutely.
You can't
Do you
believe they
have any
came after
mention of them
130.
or anything like that prior to that? Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Why,
that's
do you
just an
have any
argument
evidence
from
of that?
silence.
Okay, well, where's your evidence that they actually showed up at that time?
Because they reflect the culture of that time, and they
How do you
reflect
know? It doesn't say anything
because
about
it
that
speaks
time.
of
It says
bishops
130.
and deacons. No, I didn't say it specifies an actual date. I'm speaking of the general like terminology used in the
And
document. It speaks of bishops.
how did you determine the terminology and everything like that that they used? How did you determine the hierarchy of the church? Is it based on those writings?
Yeah.
Yep. See how that's a circle.
But also because we have Justin Martyr.
But Justin Martyr writes in the 150s.
In later documents, yeah. And there's an evolution from Justin Martyr to Ignatius.
From Justin Martyr to Ignatius? Okay, well then Ignatius is later then. Anyways, the Letters of Ignatius, even by M. David Litva, a Christian scholar, actually places it about 165 to 170. There's no evidence whatsoever that it's prior to 140.
He places Ignatius 170?
165 to 170. But that being said, the argument from silence is only fallacious if, it's not automatically fallacious, I guess is what I'm saying. To be fair, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence unless evidence is expected. And quite frankly, if Ignatius and Polycarp are these people who are really influential, so much so that like Irenaeus is saying, oh, hey, like this guy was like somebody who actually heard John and everything like that. And Ignatius is like, oh, somebody said Ignatius is somebody who heard from John and stuff. Then why isn't anybody fucking mentioning them until much later? Why is it?
See,
why does nobody mention
silence?
And then again, the only real reason that you're dating it to that time period is because you said that it reflected the hierarchy of the church. But the only reason you think you know what the hierarchy of the church is because of those letters. It's a circular reasoning. Somebody told you, or somebody said it's written in 130, and that's just how we kind of did the world building. They did world building around these letters, and then decided that the letters are dated there because of the world building. That's how it works.
No, I think it's because in the Gospels and in the Pauline epistles, it seems to reflect a theology of prophets and itinerant preachers. And then later you get bishops, deacons, and Polycarp Ignatius.
Yeah, so
and then
that
around
would be pretty
Irenaeus, you get
damning
a more
considering the
developed
fact that the New
Ecclesiastes.
Testament shows up in 144. That would be more indicative of this early hierarchy and everything like that of like prophets and stuff like that being in 144. So if Ignatius talks at all about things like that that are more advanced, then that would be post 144. Because the New Testament shows up in 144. And if you think the New Testament is indicative of like this kind of teaching and stuff like that, or a much more basic or rudimentary hierarchy, then that means that anything with a better one is after 144. I don't know.
Wait, so when do you date Acts?
Acts is about 150s.
Yeah. 150.
About 150s.
So why doesn't it mention the destruction of the temple?
What?
I'm using arguments from silence. Why does it mention the destruction of the temple?
Why does it mention the destruction of the temple?
Doesn't it? Does not.
Because it wouldn't be something that they would care about in Asia Minor in the 150s. Why the fuck would they care about that?
They would definitely care about that because they had a polemic against the Jews.
In Acts?
Like Matthew, for example.
Okay.
Like Matthew, his entire gospel, he's trying to portray the Jews as no longer the chosen people of God. So the destruction of their temple...
Wait, are you arguing that Acts is like early or something like that? Like, what are you trying to argue for?
Yeah, Acts is 470.
Oh, no, not at all. No. Acts is written by the same person who writes the beginning of Luke, correct? Like Acts say, for instance, Acts chapter 2 is written by Luke chapter 2's author.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Gospel of Luke utilizes Evangelion, or Evangelion, which is Marcion's Gospel, published in 144 between chapters 4 through 22. Acts comes after Luke, so no, Acts is definitely not.
What's your evidence of that, though?
The fact that not only is there text-based evidence, in the sense that there are verses that actually show that it is utilizing Evangelion as its primary source, but also just logic, considering the fact that the statistics show that the earlier a text is, the more likely it is to be utilized by later text, duh. And the later a particular gospel is, the more likely it is to have unique content or content that is exclusive to that particular gospel. And 100% of Evangelion is used in other gospels. Also, we have stylometric analysis that shows that chapters 4 through 22 of the Gospel of Luke are a completely different author than the rest of Luke and the author of all of Acts. And it lines up exactly with what Irenaeus, Origen, and Tertullian said was in Evangelion from Marcion in 144. Also, Irenaeus states that the Marcionites believed that Marcion's gospel came first and someone added to it to make the Gospel of Luke. He tries to refute that, of course, but nevertheless, he creates a he said, we said this, they said this kind of situation. And we can tell which side is correct using these other different ways, including, again, data science. I know for a fact that the Gospel of Luke and the Book of Acts, which would be the kind of the follow-up to Luke, are post 144. They have to be. So,
do you have any manuscript of Marcion's gospel?
Yeah, there's a fragment, at least P69, which could be considered Marcion's gospel. The problem is the fact that Luke actually used Marcion's gospel, so we can't tell if P69 is actually something that is Marcion or Luke. We don't know.
Okay, but you're assuming that.
We're assuming.
Do you have
that,
any manuscript of Marcion's gospel?
We're assuming
that
what?
Luke used Marcion. Do you have any manuscript of
I'm
Marcion's
not assuming.
gospel?
I'm not assuming it. We know it.
No, we don't know that.
We do.
Not
know
a single scholar.
Yes.
No,
M. David
that's not even
Litva, Nina
consensus.
Lives. No, listen. M. David Litva, Marcus Bilby, David Trowbridge, Robert Price, M. David Litva. Let's see. Yeah, there's a number of people who are actually I could name right now.
Yeah, and I could
Benjamin
cite
White. Cool.
100
There's not
other
a single.
scholars.
There's not a single scholar who could show me evidence of Acts prior to 140.
But you know you're arguing against the majority of consensus.
Don't give a shit what the consensus is. At one point, the consensus was that the sun
Why
went
cite
around the
scholars,
earth. You mentioned scholars. You said there's not a single scholar, so I decided to list you like 5 or 6.
Wait, you still didn't answer my question though. You still didn't answer my question.
You haven't given me any evidence that Acts was written
No,
prior
do you have
to
any manuscript
140.
of Marcion?
Again, I already answered that question. What did I say?
You said P69, but
Mhm.
you said you couldn't distinguish between P69
Because Luke uses
between
Evangelion.
Marcion
That's
and
the
Luke.
problem.
So you
So
don't have any clear evidence of a manuscript.
Okay. What does that mean?
Do you have any references in the contemporary literature?
Yes. What did I? Who was the 3 people that I mentioned
Irenaeus,
that talked
right?
about Irenaeus? What were the other 2? Showed that you were listening. What were the
Who were
other
there
2?
too? Irenaeus is the earliest, right?
Mhm.
In Origin?
Yep. One more.
I believe it's Tertullian, but
Yep,
I'm not
there
sure.
you go. And through these particular quotes, especially from Tertullian, we are able to reconstruct what Marcion's Evangelion had in it. From a contemporary standpoint, we know that he existed because Justin Martyr, who is a contemporary of him, says that he is still active in the 150s.
But you realize Tertullian is 100 years later, right?
He's not 100 years later. He's about 50 years later. Congratulations. You don't know how to count.
Tertullian?
Tertullian is writing in 200.
220? No?
That's still not 100 years later.
Okay, I think I was confusing Origin, because Origin comes... When does Origin come?
You
240?
were. Congratulations. Anything else?
Did Origin come 240?
Origin is writing about 230, 240, but that's not who I'm talking about. In fact, you said
Okay, so
Tertullian.
you trust Irenaeus to give you accurate information about the Gospel of Marcion when he's possibly the most incredibly biased source against Marcion that one could find?
Why would he say that he's using Luke?
Can you hear me?
Sounds good. Yeah, of course. Not just Irenaeus, but Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen all state multiple times the same verses and everything like that that were found in their particular Gospels. In fact, there's a couple different times that it's shown that they have different versions of Marcionite Evangelion. What that means is that it's actually something that's in front of them because they're not copying from somebody else. There's a couple times where Tertullian, Origen, and Irenaeus utilize what looks to be 2 different versions of Evangelion that are only slightly different, but still different enough to be able to tell that they have it in front of them, as opposed to just copying from the earlier author. That's the point. Sometimes they line up directly. Sometimes they don't. Which is why scholars like Jason Badoon or like Mark Bilby are able to reconstruct these particular writings from Marcion, like the Apostolicon, which would be the 9 or 10 books of Paul, or books written in the style of letters attributed to Paul, published by Marcion 144, along with Evangelion. And they're able to tell you what parts we can know for sure would be in there, or definitely attested to, or parts that are only attested to by like 1 or 2 different particular people.
Wait, so Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen say that Marcion copied from the Gospel of Luke, and therefore you conclude that Luke copied from the Gospel of Marcion?
No, that is not what I said at all.
You literally just said Luke borrows from the Gospel of Marcion.
I did say that,
And
but
used
that's
it
not
as the
how I got to
foundation of
it.
his Gospel.
Yep. And how did I say that I got to that?
You used internal evidence, but
okay, well,
the
there you go.
internal evidence is incredibly weak.
The internal evidence of Luke?
No, the internal evidence of the Gospel of Marcion showing that Luke somehow
I didn't use the
copied
internal
from
evidence of the
Marcion.
Gospel of Marcion. Sounds like you weren't paying
Yes.
attention when I told you.
No, you literally did.
Nope. What did I say was in the Gospel of Marcion? That was the internal evidence I used.
You said you could reconstruct the
We
Gospel
can
of Marcion
reconstruct it,
from
but
the
that's
3
not what I
sources.
said. That's not how I said that we know that it was utilized by Luke. You're just kind of showing that you weren't paying attention.
And what's your evidence?
For what?
What's the internal evidence that Luke copied from Marcion? You still really haven't provided that.
That would be the certain verses like Luke 4:23, which is a verse that talks about Jesus going to Capernaum before he ever goes to Capernaum. However, according to Tertullian, well, according to all 3 of them, Jesus goes to Capernaum in Evangelion first. Literally, the first line is that he descended out of heaven into Capernaum and does a healing, but unfortunately in Luke, it has it out of place. The author of Luke did not want Jesus to just descend down out of heaven, but rather he wanted him to be born here on earth, which is why they ripped out that part at the beginning and then decided to put Luke chapter 1, that talks about John the Baptist's birth, Luke chapter 2, which talks about Jesus' birth, and then Luke chapter 3, which talks about his Jesus' genealogy and his baptism. This is all information that is not in Evangelion, and then starting roughly through chapter 4, halfway through chapter 4, is when it starts utilizing Evangelion. So we can tell that verse is out of place.
That in no way proves that Luke copied from Marcion, because Marcion was anti-Jewish. So he removed the preaching of John the Baptist. He removed the story of his birth in Bethlehem, which are all Jewish elements of the story. So it seems incredibly likely that he could have just modified the Jewish elements of Luke's gospel into a non-Jewish gospel.
You think that Luke's gospel was the first one and it had things out of order? Is that what you think?
No, it didn't have things out of order.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It sounds like you're still not paying attention.
No, you cited Luke 4:23?
Mm-hmm. What did I tell you about it?
Yeah, and you said Marcion's gospel says that he came down from heaven into Capernaum.
Listen. What did I say about Luke 4:23?
You literally said that.
Great.
Marcion's gospel says he came down from heaven into Capernaum.
What did I say about Luke 4:23? Show me that you were paying attention.
Yeah, you said that Luke, or the preceding chapters in Luke, have the birth narratives.
I mentioned that after I told you what the problem was. What was the problem?
Okay, I can't memorize all. I can't verbatim memorize your
statements. It's because you weren't paying attention, and now you're trying to use that as an argument against me. And it's
no, I
that you weren't
literally was listening to them.
Okay, so again, in Luke 4:23, we'll go ahead and pull it up on the screen here for you. All right, this way it doesn't hurt your brain too much. So in Luke 4:23, it has Jesus over there in Nazareth. He goes to Nazareth about verse 14, I believe it is, or verse 16 for Nazareth, verse 14 for Galilee. In Nazareth, he goes on the Sabbath day to the synagogue, and he reads from a scroll of Isaiah. He starts reading. People are super impressed. They got big old boners for him. All spoke well of him and were amazed at the gracious words that came from his mouth. They said, "Is this not Joseph's son?" So this verse here is problematic because it says, he said to them, "Doubtless you will quote to me this proverb, 'Doctor, cure yourself,' and you will say, 'Do here also in your hometown the things that we have heard you did at Capernaum.'" In other words, I bet you want me to do miracles like I did back in Capernaum. Unfortunately, at this point in time, he has not done any miracles, and he has not been to Capernaum. He doesn't go to Capernaum or do miracles until verse 31. This is the opening line for Evangelion. He does miracles at the beginning of Evangelion in Capernaum because he descends out of heaven as a fully grown man down into Capernaum. And unfortunately, the Gospel of Luke, despite saying that he's going to write something in order, and despite the fact that you said he was going to do it and did write it in order or didn't write it out of order, has this out of order. Luke 4:23 is out of order. It is not out of order in Evangelion, according to 3 different sources. So, if you think that Marcion took from Luke, please explain to all of us why you think that the Gospel of Luke is out of order and Marcion stole from him and it's in order. You muted yourself. I don't know why you muted yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
My
We're
bad.
waiting.
The Gospel of Luke.
Mm-hmm.
You agree that
Which
it
you
uses
said
the
is in
Gospel of
order.
Mark. And you agree that it uses the Gospel of Mark.
Okay. Where is
And
this
the
verse
first
in
chapter
the
of the Gospel of Mark.
Where's
the
this
first
verse in the Gospel
chapter-
of Mark? Also, the Gospel
No.
of Mark, what you're about to start talking about, is this right over here. So,
Yeah, but
sorry. Why is that out of order in Luke?
rearranges his material.
Why is it out of order in Luke, but it's in order in Marcion?
Because you can say that Luke rearranged the material, as we
Out of
evidently
order?
know from.
Out of order?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay. So when he says, I'm going to write this well-ordered account for you, most excellent Theophilus, he decides to shit all over that. Also, you said it wasn't out of order.
Well, according to his standard of in order.
Also, by the way, do you know
According to
how
his
Marcion was
sources.
actually pronounced back then? In
No,
the
I
2nd
don't.
century, Marcion was pronounced Markion. You know what Markion means?
Mark.
Yeah. It's almost like the Gospel of Mark was probably based off of that gospel because it's the first fucking gospel. Also, I'd like to point out that, again, we can tell through other ways that the Gospel of Marcion was the one that was utilized for the Gospel of Luke between chapters 4 through 22. We can take a look at it through stylometric analysis. There's
Wait,
a
so
ton of different ways that we
Marcion's
can
Gospel is
hook
the
this.
Gospel of Luke? Did you just say that?
No, I didn't. Man, God, you can't listen. Marcion's Gospel was used as the source for the Gospel of Luke, Evangelion,
That's what
or
I just said.
Evangelion.
Literally what I just said.
Nope. You just asked if Marcion's Gospel was Luke. No, the Gospel of Luke utilized.
No, Mark. I said
utilized.
Mark. Mark.
Okay. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to tone down the gaslighting, and we're actually going to pay attention in this conversation. Can you go ahead and agree to that?
Okay, I swear you just said that the Gospel of Marcion, that the Gospel of Mark was based on the Gospel of Marcion, no?
Mm-hmm.
Because you said Marcius is Latin for Mark or something.
I said Marcion, which would be how you pronounce Marcion back then, with a hard C, kind of like Caesar is Kaiser.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, but what's your evidence that the Gospel of Mark copied from Marcion once again?
Because the material found within Mark is material found within Evangelion. The only differences are going to be the baptism of Jesus, and it doesn't have as long of an ending and everything like that. The Gospel of Mark has basically a cliffhanger.
Wait, hold on.
where
That
the
fact
women
alone.
see.
Wait, that fact alone
Mhm.
does seem to suggest that the Gospel of Mark was written earlier, because the
No.
baptism of Jesus is an embarrassing element for the early church to be
Cool.
baptized by John the Baptist. So why would
Not
he
at
have
all.
included such an
Where
element?
does anybody make fun of them for Jesus being baptized? Show that it was embarrassing.
Because you can look at Matthew and Luke and John, and they get rid of the baptism by John. They get rid of it.
What was that? You think in Matthew they don't
and
have?
Luke, they minimize the baptism by John, and John completely gets rid of it. You can't even tell that Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist in John's Gospel, because they want to portray a higher Christology of Christ.
Okay. So in the Gospels that come after Marcion, they have his baptism, but in the Gospels that come before it, they don't? Is that what you're saying?
No. Marcion's Gospel removes the baptism of Jesus by John the Baptist because it's an embarrassing element for him. But the
He didn't
earlier
remove
source, which
it.
is
He didn't
Mark,
remove it. It's a different author.
I thought you just said he
we
removed
can
it.
tell stylometrically. No,
Okay, but
he
he
didn't
doesn't
remove
have it.
shit.
He doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it. No.
Okay, but if that is the basis of the gospel, why would
Also,
Mark
the reason
have
why
added?
John doesn't have it is because he's actually trying to tie in a little bit closer with Marcionism, specifically because of the fact.
Wait, hold on.
Yep.
You said Mark used Marcion. Why would he have added the baptism of John? Or sorry, the baptism of Jesus by John the Baptist, since it would have been an embarrassing element for him.
Again, it's not an embarrassing element. Nobody actually makes
It
fun of
is.
him
I just
for
showed
it.
it was an embarrassing element.
No, it's not. In fact, the baptism of John is also found in other gospels as well from the 2nd century.
Can you show that?
Yep. So let's see.
But also, this is considered by most scholars to be historical fact because
No.
it is. No, most scholars, actually, the majority of scholars
Not
consider
at all.
this to be
No
historical
scholar
fact.
can ever show any evidence that it was an embarrassing thing because no one ever.
No,
makes
I
fun of
said
him.
the majority of scholars think this, not whether they are right or not.
Cool.
I'm saying the
Then
majority of
show-
scholars think
So,
it.
sweet. Well, the majority of scholars also thought the sun went around the earth at one point in time. Why do I give a shit?
Yeah, but we're more advanced than we were in 2000
Yeah, and we're more
BC.
advanced than we were in 1900s whenever you were actually quoting these scholars and these scholars are quoting from in order to present
Bart
the idea
Ehrman,
that this
James
is an
B.
embarrassing
John.
thing. That being said, when we actually
Modern
take a look at
scholars.
things with actually using like modern up-to-date like linguistic analysis, we're able to tell that the Gospel of Luke is actually from 2 different authors, and it splits exactly where the content of Marcion is, which means that it used Marcion. So if you want to talk about things like in a linear way and how we like are more advanced, it is very obvious that the Gospel of Luke utilizes Evangeline. So you're not able to wriggle out of this. And on top of that, that means that they added in the baptism after Marcion, which means your argument for embarrassment doesn't work. So if
but
it
what's
was
your-
embarrassing,
what's
then
the
why did they put it
stylometric?
into the text?
What's the stylometric?
Stylometric analysis is a way to take a look at text and
No, I know
identify
what that is, but
what
what study did it on Luke?
what studies done it on Luke.
Yeah.
We
To
have
determine
studies
two
from
different
Marcus Bilby.
authorship. Marcus Bilby.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who that is, but
Okay, well that's because he's a data scientist, and all you do is just read apologetics.
I apologize.
Yep.
I mean, it is,
So,
but-
yep, that's how that works. Also, I can show you a dendrogram from stylometric analysis right now. That's what I do. I'm a data scientist. Did you want to see a dendrogram or what? What do you want?
I don't know what that is, so
Yeah, it's understandable.
not a data scientist.
I'm aware. That being said, anything else? Also, I'd like really quick question. When do you think the first time that the Gospels were even like alluded to is? Like whenever it says like somebody has Gospels or memoirs of the apostles or anything like that, like actually mentions them.
Papias and then Justin Martyr.
Justin Martyr, yeah. Justin Martyr would be in what particular decade?
Down 150.
Yeah. So you believe that all of these Gospels came out prior to Marcion in 140s, and the first time that we get anybody alluding to them is in the 150s? Kind of seems a little stupid,
No,
doesn't it?
because there's also Papias.
Sweet.
120.
And how did you determine that he was in 120?
Before Marcion.
How did you determine he was in 120?
Eusebius and Irenaeus.
Sweet.
Who
So
groups him with
Irenaeus
Ignatius and
doesn't
Polycarp.
say that he wrote in 120.
No, he groups him with Ignatius and Polycarp. Ignatius and Polycarp lived between 100 and 130.
Nope. Polycarp is the teacher of Irenaeus, and Irenaeus is born in 130. And also, I'd like to say that Carpus is actually said to have died in about 167, I believe, alongside Papulus, which is Papias, in 167. You can actually look that up. It's about 167. Again, we have Papias in about the mid to 2nd century. Also, on top of that, Ignatius is dated by M. David Litva to about 165 to 170. There's no mention of Ignatius at all at that early.
No, his
That doesn't make
life.
sense.
I don't care about his epistles, but I care about his life.
Sweet. Well,
when do you believe
well, then
Ignatius
Eusebius-
lived?
Ignatius? About the 150s,
Yeah.
160s? In fact, Ignatius is
Lived
identified
in
as
160.
Peregrinus Protus. Nope.
Okay, so
Litva
hold on,
has it
hold
about
on.
165 to 170.
Wait, why does Irenaeus call Ignatius an ancient man if he lived 20 years before
Did
Irenaeus?
you call who? Ignatius an ancient man?
Yes.
He doesn't say Ignatius at all.
Shit, does it?
Nope.
Okay, I think I mean Polycarp. He calls
Yeah.
Polycarp an ancient man, a hero of John.
He also calls him his teacher.
Yes.
Okay. So you think an ancient man means what? If that's his teacher?
No, because Irenaeus listened to him as a kid.
It doesn't say that. It says that Ignatius was it says that Polycarp was a hearer of John, and that Irenaeus was a student of Polycarp. It doesn't say he listened to him
I
as a
think it
kid.
says he was. I think it says he was young when he listened to him, but I'm not sure. I don't have this document.
Well, considering the fact that Irenaeus is writing in about 180, 185, and Polycarp died in like 167, it was like 20 years prior.
Wait, hold on. So you date Papias 160?
I just said that he dies in about 167. I didn't date the writings then. Also, we don't
Then
really
why
have
would
any
we date the
writings
writings
directly
then?
from Papias anyways. The only time that we
Yeah,
have
but
it is from
Eusebius
Irenaeus
quotes.
and Eusebius. And Eusebius is an admitted liar, so it doesn't really fucking matter anyway.
No, okay, that's just false.
Nope. He actually says that he would not hold it against you or anything like that if you utilized falsehoods in order to get people to believe
Yeah,
the
bring that
truth.
up. Bring that up.
All right. Let's see here. Let's see, but even if the case were not such as our argument has now proved it to be, if a lawgiver who is to be ever so little use could have ventured to tell any falsehood at all to the young for their good, is there any falsehood that he could have told more beneficial than this, and better able to make them all do everything that is just, not by compulsion, but willingly? Truth, O stranger, is a noble and enduring thing. It seems, however, not easy to persuade men of it. This is found in Purpuritanus Evangelium.
I looks like Plato on the side.
Yeah, he's quoting from Plato, and then he says that this is exactly why. He's actually talking about it. That's why he quotes from Plato.
Okay, even regardless of that, which
Okay.
I highly doubt,
It's
because
still
I
in the
feel like
book.
you're
You
taking
haven't
out
read
of
anything from
context.
Eusebius, have you?
I have.
Mm-hmm.
But wait, shit, what was my question? Oh,
no idea.
we can see when he quotes from documents which have survived, and he quotes from these documents accurately. You agree with
We
that,
don't
right?
have who? Eusebius?
Yeah. So,
We
for
do
example,
not
when he
have any
quotes from
documents from
Irenaeus.
Papias.
No, I'm not speaking of Papias. I'm speaking of his general habit. When he's quoting from Irenaeus, when he's quoting from Tertullian, when he's quoting from Origen, when he's quoting from many of the church fathers, he cites them accurately because we have the works of the church
That wouldn't
fathers,
really
and
make
so
a
we
lot
can
of sense
compare the two.
considering the fact that he was writing in a different language. So how would you be able to determine that?
Who was writing in a different language?
Irenaeus wrote in what language?
Greek.
And Eusebius writes in
Greek.
And the only versions we have are in
Version you have of what then?
Irenaeus.
I believe we have Greek manuscripts from the 10th century.
No, we have Latin.
We have no Greek manuscripts.
Nope, we don't have Greek manuscripts of Irenaeus.
I doubt that, but regardless, you can translate the Greek from the Latin, and you can tell that he accurately quotes from Irenaeus and from Tertullian. And so if he accurately quotes from Irenaeus and Tertullian, almost verbatim, considered by most scholars.
At least some text from Irenaeus. It depends.
Okay, but you agree that he verbatim cites from his sources, and that when we compare his citation with the documents of the sources
translate it? You can't say verbatim.
Okay,
we have to
once again,
translate
you're focusing on Irenaeus.
That's who you brought up.
Completely focusing on Irenaeus. No, I said Tertullian. I said Origen.
Okay, well, Tertullian wrote in Latin initially.
Hippolytus.
Tertullian wrote in Latin initially, and Eusebius writes in Greek. So how did he do that?
He can still accurately cite from them.
Okay. Well, we don't have
Translations don't
Eusebius writes in
completely
Greek.
destroy
You can't-
language.
Okay. So how did you determine it was like 100% accurate if it was a translation from one language that has a certain amount of words and another language that doesn't?
Because you can translate the languages into one another and tell that they have similar meanings.
Okay. So how did you determine it was
So
100% accurate and not just close?
sorry,
How did you determine it was 100% accurate and not just close?
I'm not saying that we can prove that on every instance of Eusebius'
All
citations are
right, well then there you
100%
go.
accurate. I'm saying
See you later. Argument. Anything else?
what?
That's how that works.
How does that follow? How
Uh,
does that follow at
your lack of
whatsoever?
understanding of how it doesn't follow is not a valid
No,
argument
I'm saying
against you.
that with a high probability, okay, that
There, don't hurt yourself.
my bad, that the majority of the time, Eusebius' quotations align with the manuscripts that we have of them.
Okay.
Regardless of whether or not
What does that have to do with anything?
the manuscripts are in Latin or Greek, because we can tell that he quotes similar
so did he
to what
quote
those
from
which the people
Papias
wrote.
saying, "I am writing in 120"?
Okay, you completely changed the topic. That's
No,
not the topic.
because your entire point was based on the idea that he was writing something about Papias, who was writing at a certain point in time. Eusebius is how we end up with some of these dates, but just being able to quote somebody one particular way doesn't mean anything. I don't give a
No,
shit.
I'm saying his quotation is most likely
Sweet. Let's
fairly
say that
close to what Papias said.
Let's say that Eusebius is as close to what Papias says as humanly possible.
Okay.
What does that mean? What does that mean for this conversation that we're having right now? Because what we were doing is we were talking about when Papias existed, not what he said.
Because also the external evidence indicates
external
that
evidence of what?
Papias- Of the external evidence of the church fathers.
What church fathers? Only two mention Papias.
Irenaeus and Eusebius.
Okay, well, we're talking about Eusebius, and unfortunately, Eusebius, you just said he's able to quote Papias really well. Cool. What does that mean about when he was writing?
I'm saying that they date the life and the reign of Papias
in the quote?
No, not in the quote.
Then I guess talking about whether or not he's able to quote Papias doesn't really do anything, does it?
No, we were establishing that point first, and I moved on to
and
this
that point doesn't mean anything because I didn't ask, did Eusebius quote Papias correctly? I didn't say that at all. We're talking about when Papias wrote.
Okay, so can I make the point about when he wrote?
I mean, you can. When does Eusebius say that Papias was alive?
He says it was during the reign of a Roman emperor. I'd have to pull it up, but the Roman emperor lived from, I believe it was around 100 to 137. And then Irenaeus also dates them into the same category. And then Eusebius and Irenaeus associate Papias with Ignatius and Polycarp. And Eusebius and Irenaeus date Ignatius and Polycarp to around the end of the 2nd century. Sorry, beginning of the 2nd century. I can't speak right now. So around 100, 130.
And?
Not as late as 150.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So if Eusebius and Irenaeus date Papias to the beginning of the 2nd century, that means he must have written his work at the beginning of the 2nd century, and he cites Mark.
Right.
Because Mark was an interpreter of Peter, he wrote down accurately whatsoever he remembered, and establishes that the Gospels of Mark was written at that time.
So Eusebius, this admitted liar, you believe that when he says a certain date, it has to be that date? Even though he's very clearly said some dates that we know are wrong?
Can you show where he lied?
Like Ignatius?
Show where Eusebius lied in any instance.
Ignatius. He says that Ignatius died in about 108, 110. And we can tell that he's wrong. Irenaeus said that Jesus died at the age of like 50-something.
Okay.
So,
you know the difference between a lie and a mistake?
Oh, okay. So which one was a lie and which one was a mistake? When Irenaeus, this person who you believe is, such a bastion of, credibility, when he says that Jesus lived to be 50, when Irenaeus says this, is that a lie or is that a mistake?
Most likely a mistake.
Okay, well, he gives an argument for it. Did you know he had an entire section in one of his books devoted to how Jesus lived to be 50? Did you know that?
No.
That's weird. So is that a lie or a mistake?
It could still be a mistake.
It's a mistake that he devoted an entire paragraph to?
Yeah.
So Irenaeus, somebody who shows up about 150 years into this and was, taught by Polycarp, who apparently was a hearer of John, who was apparently somebody who actually walked around with Jesus, thought that Jesus lived to be 50, and everyone else thought he lived to be about 33. And then he gives an argument for it, and it's just a mistake. And
Yeah,
and,
that's
and by the
kind
way,
of how that
so
kind of
that's
works.
a mistake, and you wouldn't dare question whether or not he said that Papias lived in the beginning of the 2nd century, right?
I'm using the historical critical method. I'm not saying with absolute certainty that these things happen.
Oh, okay.
But you take,
So you're
take
quoting
Irenaeus
from
and
somebody who
Eusebius.
very clearly can't tell their ass from the hole in the ground when it comes to dating something, and you think that guy got it right when he dated somebody?
You want to let me speak? Because I said
Go ahead.
that Eusebius, one source, and Irenaeus, another source, both agree around the certain dating.
Now, did
or
you say
both
that
agree with
Eusebius
general
had
dating
access
of
to
Papias.
Irenaeus? Did you say he had access to Irenaeus?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. So if Irenaeus said something, why wouldn't Eusebius just kind of
So does
double
that
down on that
necessarily
mistake?
mean he's dependent?
Yeah. I mean, why couldn't he have just doubled down on the mistake?
Because there's differences in the wording and
Oh no, you said
of
that
the
it would
package.
be the same.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So, when he says that Papias lived at the beginning of the 1st century, and Irenaeus said, or beginning of the 2nd century, and when Irenaeus said that he lived at the beginning of the 2nd century, you're saying that Eusebius couldn't have pulled that from Irenaeus, who also
He
made
possibly
giant mistakes
could have,
like this?
but they disagree in wording and then stylometry. And Irenaeus, or sorry, Eusebius usually quotes
Stylometry, as if you know what stylometry was.
the use of the words, the Greek, the punctuation, not punctuation, but the order of words, subordination.
Well, yeah, because they're different people.
Yeah. So, and when Eusebius usually derives a doctrine, he usually cites it from the source that he is originating this doctrine.
Oh, he does?
Usually.
So who did he cite whenever he's talking about Papias? Because he wasn't there. He's writing in the early 4th century about somebody 200 years prior? Who's he cite? How does he get that information? Anybody hear the guy? What happened? Where did he go? Did he hop off? What the hell was that all about? All right. I guess he just left. I don't know what happened.
Y se marchó.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. All right. Well, I'll just go over there and read some super chats then. Let's see here. What the? Okay, $4.99 from the prototype says government is not the solution to our queef. Government is the queef. Yes, president said that. Queef, 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 queef. Or no, well, the last one didn't count. So that is 10. Jesus. And then, hey, look at that. Someone became a member. So Emir sent, oh no, it's not that he became a member. He was already a member. He sent one Christ Before Jesus gift membership. That is awesome. Thank you very, very much for sending that membership. That means that somebody, a lucky somebody over there on YouTube, will be able to see the member-only videos that are there on the on the YouTube. They're also able to see videos about a week to 2 weeks, sometimes even a month before other people are able to see them. They're also able to to comment with little emojis and have a little label there on the thing. So thank you very, very much for that. And then $2 there from Your Crazy Ex-Girlfriend 2.0 says, I don't know how to say that name, but it's Aaron. Aaron is my best mod here. That's, maybe. I don't know. I like all the mods equally. Except for one of you. And if you're like, I bet it's me. Yeah, it's you. It's you. It's you. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Let's see. Then $1.99 from Elope Nope. I beg thy forgiveness from thy mods. Mod greater than God. Yeah, but I don't know what Elope Nope did, but he probably pissed off Aaron again. $2 from Your Crazy Ex-Girlfriend 2.0 says, please stop banning me and Elope Nope. What? I don't know what's going on. What do you mean banning? Okay, look. Don't say anything crazy. You should be fine. Your Crazy Ex-Girlfriend 2.0. What happened to Your Crazy Ex-Girlfriend just in general? Was it always 2.0? I don't know. Anyways, please stop banning me and Elope Nope. 6 likes on that, though. So apparently stop banning them. I don't know what's going on. $10. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. From Fernandez T says, faith is required. Something non-believers will never understand. Okay. For the sake of argument, let's say we have no proof they did exist. Okay. We don't have any proof they existed. My faith that they did exist is what matters to us Christians. In other words, this is him straight up pretty much admitting that faith is the excuse that you give when you don't have a good reason to believe something. Faith is honestly a complete and total lack of evidence. In fact, some people, like this person here, Fernandez T, will literally believe something even when there's evidence that it's wrong. That's admitting to just kind of being stupid. That's ridiculous. Like, in the face of evidence, we'll still go ahead and believe it. In face of evidence to the contrary, though, we'll still believe the same thing. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Again, faith is the excuse that people give when they don't have a good reason to believe something. Science, understanding, trust, know-how, experience, support, evidence flies you to the moon. Faith flies you in to buildings. All right. And hey, the Man of Steel. Welcome to the 35-second game. I believe that may have been somebody who got the membership there from Amir. I'm not really sure. I don't know. Either way, welcome to the membership. Thank you very, very much to Amir, and thank you very much to the Man of Steel for hanging around there. Hopefully you enjoy the membership and all that it entails there on YouTube. And thank you very much to subscribers over on TikTok as well. Again, trying to get some new information over, new content out for both sides there. And then $5 from Matthew Mulkeen says, faith is believing what you know ain't so. That is from Mark Twain or Samuel Clemens. Yeah, very, very good quote there from him. Faith is believing what you know ain't so. You know, the religion that Mark Twain hated the most, by far, was Mormonism. He definitely didn't like Mormonism. He thought that was just silly nonsense. Amadeus Almighty says, I got to figure out how to stream for YouTube. Was that Kodak Black?
Yeah, it was. My bad. I do apologize. That was not on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually just came up here because I had a couple questions about yourself. I watched, I pop in your videos here and there, but I was wondering, so how do you feel about just questions. So how do you feel about agnosticism? I don't think I said it right, but you get what I'm trying to say.
How do I feel about what?
Gnosticism, I guess you said, or agnosticism, however you say it.
Like agnostics or just Gnosticism in general?
Oh, agnostics, yes. There's a difference, yes.
Agnostics, like someone who thinks that like you can't know whether or not there's a God.
Yes, like Christian agnostics. Do you know? You get what I'm trying to say? People
Yeah,
who
I mean,
believe. Yeah.
you can be a
Sorry, go ahead.
Christian agnostic. You can be an atheist agnostic, or an agnostic atheist, agnostic Christian. You can be an agnostic Muslim. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, what do you believe?
What?
What do you believe?
I believe that Jesus and Paul never existed.
I'm saying, do you believe in religion itself?
I'm an odontologist.
What's that?
It's a member of the Church of Odontology.
Oh, I don't. I've never heard that before.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I am.
Okay. And they, what do you believe in?
Odontology.
What is that exactly?
It's like the belief for an odontologist.
Well, I'm not. Okay, I get that.
Well,
I'm
you
saying,
can like look it up on your own time, but what does that have to do with Jesus and Paul?
Oh, I was just trying to figure out your stance on it. Basically, that's all it
On
was.
Jesus and Paul?
No, your stance. Yeah, your stance on everything, where you stand. Because I get you're asking a question, but I want to understand your point of view and your stance on it, basically.
Well, my
Like,
stance is that
your
they never
mind is.
existed.
Yeah, I agree. I was just wondering, like, what you believed in and stuff.
Yeah,
and, like, what brought you to this
odontology.
point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, odontology doesn't lead me to this point. That's just research.
Okay. Oh, just okay. So actually looking deeper into the religion helped you get to the point where you're at now. Well, okay, I got you. That's your I'm sorry. You're data analytic. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry, I can't talk properly. But that probably kind of helped you as well because you was able to group information and stuff like that. So okay, you basically answered my question. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like an analyst up here. Sometimes I feel like a therapist up here. A bit of both. I'm an analropist, I guess. Don't spell that, but yeah.
No, I got you. That makes sense. I don't want to take up your time. I appreciate you.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for coming up.
No problem. Disconnect.
Yeah. From what's his name? Tobias Funke. There it is. No, not a Tobias quote. Don't put that on your business card. Well, I put on my license plate a new start. And I spelled new N-U, obviously. That anus tart. Oh, you've seen the license plate? She had not. Analropist. I blew my. Oh, Michael. It looks like I've blown myself. Or not. I blew myself. I blew myself. Either way, but the best line from the show is in the in my opinion, it's in the later seasons where he's the Thing or whatever. He's like some knockoff version of the Thing, and he's like made of rock or whatever. You know, that's the idea. And so he gets home, and they're doing a sting, like a Chris Hansen sting or whatever. But he thinks his daughter is at home, and he shows up and he walks in the house and he's like, "Hey." Any girls in here or whatever? Which is an insane thing for him to say. He's like, Daddy needs to get his rocks off because he had to take the suit off. Oh, it's so stupid. All right. There's always money in the banana stand. Her? Who? You've met Anne. You just let her in. Her? Yeah, a little an egg. Yeah, or no, a man egg. She calls it a man egg. Well, stop being such a Ann hog. Eat her. I just met her. Okay. Add a little broth, baby. You got a stew going. He's constantly wanting food. It was one of the best shows ever that quickly became like one of the worst shows ever. But it was simply because of the fact that like they just didn't. I think it was NBC, wasn't it? NBC just didn't know what to do with it. I may have committed some light treason. Anyways, the $5, Matthew Mulkeen says, any chance of you running Stylo on the Book of Adonatology, the sacred pentagon of the Adonatology religion? Is there? I think there is a book for it. It sounds like somebody's here. What is going on? Humbleness leads to wisdom.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? What you got?
I was just wondering, what's the score, the tally marks for Taticus?
That would be how many times people come up here and they don't actually understand that Tacitus did not say anything about Jesus.
Tacitus is what's the argument like with his record or what he said about the persecution of Christians? What's the deal with that?
Do you believe that he talked about Jesus?
No, I wanted to focus on that because there's people in the comments saying that there was no evidence that Christians were persecuted.
Yeah, there's no evidence they were persecuted. It explicitly says in Tacitus that they admitted to burning down Rome. That's punishment, man, not persecution.
Admitted how?
They admitted to it. They were arrested and they pled guilty.
Arrested? Mm-hmm. That's all that happened?
Before they admitted to it, yeah.
You don't think they were heavily, tortured?
That's after further arrests were made. I don't think you've read the text, have you?
Well, and here's my argument.
Have you?
I think I've read snippets.
Have you?
I haven't read the whole.
Okay. So that's why you think that something that comes after the arrest was before the arrest? You think they tortured them and then arrested them?
Basing my own ideas. I'm basing my own ideas off human behavior.
And then they arrested them?
I think they could have easily found a couple Christians and tortured them.
Do you think that they lit them on fire, as it says, and then they arrested them?
Do I think every record from any people in power is always 100% correct? No.
Okay. Well, the only record you have, which is the idea that says that the Christians were arrested or tortured at all for the fire in Rome, is explicitly this one that says that they admitted to it.
Yeah, I mean, but okay.
So are you saying that you can just take Tacitus and just kind of say that some of it just
no? But I'm also
inaccurate?
saying that I would say that people. I don't know his whole history, his political allegiance, his his own faith, his understanding of the world.
Probably to Rome, which he says that the Christians admitted to burning down.
Yeah, so he had an interest to maybe giving a lighter retelling of events that would make Rome not look as bad.
Sweet. Well, so I guess Tacitus can't be trusted then, can he?
I mean, I just say look at human history and
okay. So I guess Tacitus can't be trusted, can he?
Can anyone be trusted?
All right, sounds good. You want to go ahead and knock out all things that talk about Jesus and Paul because no one can be trusted?
No, I'd say we have to.
All right, well then we're not going to do the slippery slope argument. How did you determine what parts are good and what parts are not good from Tacitus?
And I got a 100% answer for that. That sounds eliminates good. That we don't have to put our trust in man, which is biblical.
Well, unfortunately, man is the only way that we have any record of Jesus. Would you like to go ahead and just toss that out the window?
Well, we do have. So,
do you have any texts about Jesus that weren't written by a man?
Right. So
it's a yes or no question. Do you have any texts about Jesus that weren't written by a man?
I mean,
it's a yes or no question.
it's all the
You
texts
believe
about
that
Jesus
there's a
Christ have
text
been
about Jesus that wasn't written down by a man?
all of text about Jesus Christ has been written down by a man.
Okay. Well, then I guess if you want to go ahead and say that we can't trust man,
We can't.
well, I guess Jesus, we're just going to go ahead and toss him out with everybody else. Sound good?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
because
Well, then stop using the slippery slope argument. It's not going to work.
I'm
I'm
not.
going to call it
I'm
out
just
every
saying
time
I'm
you start to walk
establishing.
down that slope.
Okay, well, I'm establishing why God's in His
Well, I'd
wisdom
like to
set up
establish exactly what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to the Christians and Tacitus. Because it sounds like you haven't read it. You admitted that you hadn't really read it. You just read snippets, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Why you came up here with a full chest of confidence saying that the tortures happened before the arrest, and that doesn't even really make any sense because the tortures that are listed, which you sounds like you kind of sort of have read or been told about, included lighting them on fire, and I'm not really sure exactly how you could arrest somebody after you lit them on fire.
So they would torture them into confession to light them on fire.
That doesn't say that at all. So you're saying the
I
tortures
know
happened before
that's
and
human
after?
nature. That's human nature to defend your tribe. That's what happened. That's what.
Sweet. So when you take a look at Tacitus and he says A happened, you said no, it didn't, because he's not trustworthy.
I think he's. You have to take what he says with a grain of salt.
Sounds good. So I
Understand
guess
the
he's not
context.
very good evidence for Jesus, is he?
I think
In fact,
he
the
can
Christians
be.
may not have even been blamed. That just may have been him just being an anti-Christian person who just said, "Oh yeah, they suck. Let me go ahead and write them into the history. They didn't even have anything to do with 64."
Well, okay.
Well, I mean,
So
using
I
your
would like.
logic, he could have just inserted them because he just hated them.
He could have.
Considering the fact that there are
exactly.
6 different versions of what Nero did during and after the fire, and only one of them says anything about the Christians, he could have just put it in there. So it sounds like he's not a very good evidence for even Christians.
Possibly.
Yep. All right. Well,
That,
see you later,
that's
argument.
possible.
You want to
Hold on,
wave? You
hold
want
on.
to
I
turn
got
on
some.
your camera and just wave to the argument as it just drives by?
No, you're helping with my argument.
Not really. Any
'Cause
evidence for
I haven't
Christians
got to my
or
point.
Jesus now that Tacitus is out of the picture?
I haven't got to my point yet.
Yeah, well, it sounded
Because
like
we
it.
can't
Any
put.
other evidence for Jesus or Paul or Christians in general?
Yeah, are you gonna let me actually explain my point, or do you have
Well,
to
considering
like
the fact
guide
that you
me?
said that Tacitus was not actually reliable, it can't be over Tacitus. What's your next
No,
point?
I said it's possible.
Okay,
Just
cool.
like any historian, you think every historian can recall the events 100% accurate. You think that
Did
happens.
I say that?
No, but I'm
Okay.
saying the possibility that he could have got stuff wrong is possible. Just like any historian.
Okay. So how did you determine what was possible and what wasn't?
Exactly, and that's where
All
my
right. Well,
point
it sounds like the slippery slope argument again. We are
No,
here for the
because
third time.
it's not a slippery slope.
It
Because
is.
you're not allowing me to get to my point.
All right. Well, then tell me how you know what is true and what isn't.
And please, before you cut me off, because you're just like, wow, well, I don't subscribe to that. You gotta let me explain it a little bit.
Well, you gotta hurry up and say it then, and don't say something
Okay,
stupid.
so instead of me having to be a scholar, a historian, understand every working part of this world, God in His wisdom literally
All
set
right,
up a
so
way
appealing
where
to
we can.
magic. All right. Well, we're gonna go
No,
ahead and
the
move on
Holy
to
Ghost.
somebody else.
Why
Thank
do
you
you
very
have
much
a
for
problem
coming
with the
up.
Holy?
Because I'm not going to appeal to magic to try to figure out what happened in history. That's not how that works. If you have to appeal to magic, then it sounds like your history is not very good. Because if you appeal to magic, then every religion is capable of being real, including the ones that say that yours is wrong. Let's see here. But to answer your question there, Matthew Mulkin, no, I don't think I'm going to be running Stelometry on the Donatology book. I don't think it would make any sense. I don't know what I'd be able to do with that. $2 there from iCal Poly Panama videos or something. Says he timeouts you if you don't agree with him. What a loser. I don't time out anybody, really. Me? Are you talking about like on the chat? Yeah, I'm not doing anything with the chat. that's going to be the mods. And the mods are doing a good job. So, yeah. Anyways, if you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. Yeah, the mods do a good job. Alrighty. Matthew Mulkey says I'm crushed for $2. I'm not. Why would I run it? Why would I run it on there? I don't know what I would be looking at, anyways.
Can I pet that dog?
No.
Can I pet that dog?
No, he's
Can I
sleeping.
pet that dog?
All right, let's see here. Humbleness leads to wisdom. What other magic you want to invoke today?
So I would like to argue
Mhm.
that human behavior and human, like, it repeats, right? Like, so with the Armenian genocide, like, it wasn't that long ago, and you had a whole political
Cool. What's your evidence
system
for
that-
Jesus or Paul?
I'm just saying Ottoman Empire can rewrite history, and
Sweet.
why
What's
why
your
couldn't
evidence for
that
Jesus or
happen
Paul?
with? Well, the evidence could have been destroyed, and that's my point.
All right, so appealing to mystery.
Where's your evidence that Jesus
Sounds
and Paul
good.
didn't exist?
You can't be born 10 years before you're born. So, considering the fact that that is a natural story of the New Testament and it's impossible, that means that the natural version of Jesus as presented by the New Testament did not exist. As far as Paul goes, we can actually tell that the letters of Paul are first written by multiple authors known as the Marcionites there in the 2nd century. This is something that is actually backed up by multiple scholars, and that means that the Paul that's presented in
I don't care about the scholars. Let's see your
Sweet.
evidence, what you know.
What I know is that Paul was written in the middle of the 2nd century, the Pauline epistles. Also, Paul's not a fucking name, so there's that. Yeah, there you go. Also, the Pauline epistles actually mention things that like are from the 2nd century anyways, like Erastus. Anything else?
One eternity later.
So hold on. So you're gonna say scriptures don't exist to show that it was documented and that it really did happen, evidence.
I don't know what
Well,
you're
that's
talking
why
about.
scriptures
What are you
are
talking
written
about?
before that. We're talking about scriptures, brother. Let's talk about scriptures.
What do you mean they
You
don't
wanna talk about
exist?
Jesus-
When did I say
scriptures,
they
bro,
didn't
you're
exist?
saying, okay, you're saying that right now. If Jesus and Paul didn't exist, why were they scriptures written about them then?
If
Why is it-
Spider-Man, if
every time you
Spider-Man
write
didn't
something, it's
exist, why are there
documented to show
comics?
evidence that it exists. Maybe you might not believe scriptures that it exists, but they always document things by the eyes of what they see. They don't just write a
Oh, you
make-believe
think they
story
were written by
or fairy tale
eyewitnesses?
like you're trying to make it out to be. Scriptures. Let's go on scriptures.
Sweet. What scripture
Prove me that
says?
scripture
What
doesn't have
scripture?
evidence that all
Listen,
that stuff doesn't really happen in real life.
sweet. What scripture
Let's
is
talk
written
about
by an
human
eyewitness
nature.
to Jesus?
Let's prove me that scripture's wrong.
What scripture is written by an eyewitness to Jesus? Name me one book in the Bible that says that, where the author says that he was an eyewitness to Jesus while his ministry was going on.
But prove me that scripture's wrong.
You just said it was eyewitnesses.
Just prove me that scripture's wrong. There's no evidence that
You
those are
can't be
facts
born
that
10
really
years
happen in
before
real
you're
life.
born.
Just prove me wrong on that.
You can't be in court 3 hours after you're crucified.
But where's your evidence?
What do you mean? The evidence that you can't be in court 3 hours after you're crucified? You think that
Prove
like
me
you
on
can be
scriptures, bro,
crucified?
that they're
Okay.
false. Prove
Listen.
me on scriptures that they're
Do you
false.
believe that you can be in court if you were crucified 3 hours earlier?
Okay, so you don't think there's a creator?
Sweet. So I asked you a question. Go ahead and answer it, or we'll move on to the next guest. Do you believe that you can be in court 3 hours after you're crucified? Yes or no? Do you believe that you can be crucified at, say, 9 a.m. and still in court at noon? Do you believe that's possible?
They're saying that you never read scriptures.
Sweet. Joseph, I asked you a question. Can you be crucified at 9 a.m. and still in court at noon?
Hey, are you gonna be live right now? Because right now in a bit, I gotta do something real quick. Are you still gonna
I'm
be
just
on
asking
stream?
you a question, man. It's a yes or no.
I know. I'll answer that. I'll make sure I note it down, and I'll answer that to
Well,
you.
just answer it. Can you be crucified at 9 a.m. and still in court at noon?
Hey, man, miracles happens, right?
Sweet. So you're appealing to magic too?
I'm going by faith.
Okay. Well, the magic. See you later, buddy. There are dozens of us. Dozens! The never nudes or whatever. All right. What you got for us, GM there? What you got?
Hey, Jim, bro.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yep. What's going on, man?
Hello?
Yep. What you got?
Hello?
Yeah, you got like 5 seconds to start talking.
Can you hear me?
Yep. That was weird. All right. If you got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. All these emotions over your Sky Daddy. Exactly. By the way, that's from Amadeus Almighty. You should definitely be following Amadeus Almighty. Amadeus Almighty, everybody. Amadeus Almighty. He's no Kodak Black. He's better. In my opinion. In my opinion. I don't know. I know that you guys are out there like, oh, yeah. All right. That's a low bar. I don't know. He sells records. He sells records. Not better than Kodak, but he's all right. All right. So some people are saying that Kodak's. Look, I understand exactly how people feel about Kodak. Could be all over the place. Bronze medal creator. What does that even mean? I didn't even know that there was a competition. Oh, okay. There we go. It goes Hanji and then Zach Laser Hoffman and then Amadeus. Hanji doesn't even go live. She joins in other lives. She hasn't gone live in like months. We need some good, solid Hanji lives where she goes live. I don't know. TikTok just fucking hates her though, because it doesn't allow for her to get like the fucking request buttons. I'm just the goat. The goat. She can't. Yeah, I don't know why. Then it's me, AZ Mike, with his Saturday Night Lives. Anyways, it's not Saturday Night Live. It's just a Saturday Night Live where it's people on a stage in costumes. Anyways. They talk.
Oh my.
Hello?
Pre-checking these notes. Is that a lope note? What's going on, GM? What's going on?
Hello?
Sometimes they do, Sebastian. All right. All right.
Hello, am I being heard?
Amadeus is the best mermaid on TikTok. If you know, you know. This is really weird. You got to go inside the McDonald's for the Wi-Fi to work. All right. Here before too terribly long, got to hop off here, but we got this is Chris Sneed. I knew a Chris Sneed growing up.
Hey man, how you doing?
Definitely not this guy. I don't think so, unless this guy's like 20 years older than me.
I'm 38. Oh, 39. I just turned 39.
Oh, nice. Nah, this isn't the same Chris Sneed. But that being said, what you got?
Me and you have debated before.
We have?
And yeah, well, I don't know if you'd call it a debate, but I've been on your show a couple times.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? It's Bible related, but it don't. Do you believe in that King David existed?
There's a small possibility.
And Moses?
No.
You don't believe Moses either?
No.
Is there people from the Bible that you do believe existed?
Yeah, like Pontius Pilate.
You do believe him?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the only one?
You need a list or something, or?
No, I'm just curious. I've been listening to you for a while, and I
Pontius
just got
Pilate,
curious about it.
Gallio.
Government official.
Yeah. Gamaliel.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to ask you about them guys.
That was it?
Well, I'll be honest. I ain't prepared for a good debate with you today, but I will come back up again on. I disagree with you totally. I've actually sent you a message before, because you was using a search engine to combat me last time, and I went and I just added.
Search engine?
You was typing on something like you would just type it on something and then you would say what you was reading, and so I went and I used just Google, a simple search engine, to ask, do we have evidence that Paul existed? And if you ask Google that, it pops right up. Yes, we have overwhelming evidence that Paul existed.
Right. Yeah. And then was it listed out?
Like I say, I sent you a message on it if you look in the private message from me. But it's been
the problem is the fact that, like, whenever you do a search engine or just use a search engine, or even just like AI or whatever to search for these things, like ChatGPT, which is just a search engine on steroids, it's going to pull from the most frequented websites, the most popular websites. So as a result, if you ask questions directly like that, like did Paul exist or did Jesus exist, it's going to be pulling from usually your Christian apologetics websites, not from anything like critical or anything. So it's going to be treating it as if it is an actual known case, as if everybody agrees that he did exist, but that is not the case. There is actually some people who say that he didn't exist. There are some scholars who say he did not exist, and they would argue with the people who say that he did. And it comes down to the evidence that is presented. And unfortunately, the evidence that the side that says that he did exist actually has, that evidence is not actually very good evidence at all, or at all really, because of the fact that we are able to analyze it with more modern tools and discover that it's not actually authentic to the time that it's supposedly written in, or the person that or by the person that it's supposedly written by. It's not any good. That's the problem.
If you believe all of this is just like, made up story, who do you think made it up?
Marcion.
I'm sorry?
Marcion.
Marcion?
Mm-hmm.
What time frame was that? I'm not familiar with
late
that.
130s, early 140s.
Basically created the whole Bible, or
no,
the whole idea
just
of
the
music.
concept of like Jesus, that kind of thing.
Marcion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll look that up and I'll read it. I mean, I'm not saying I believe it, but was he a Jewish person, or what was his background?
No, there's no evidence that he was Jewish. He was from Sinope, that's like present day northern Turkey.
Okay. All right, man. That's it. Yeah. I'll talk to you again sometime, though.
All right. Thank you very much. That's Chris Sneed, everybody. Chris Sneed. Emily Neptune sent Marcy off, and I don't like it, but okay. I'll allow it. What is going on? Humbleness leads to wisdom.
It's me again.
I'm aware.
So I concede, the slippery slope fallacy, but would you concede that your position is a fallacy as well?
That doesn't make any sense.
You don't think your argument has any fallacy to it?
I don't even know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say fallacy?
Fallacy,
Yeah,
yes.
it's just a phallus. See? The point is, yeah, I'm saying that Jesus and Paul never existed as presented by the New Testament. Like the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist. It's not a fallacy.
You don't think it's an argument for ignorance from ignorance? You
No.
don't.
No, this is my
So
conclusion. Like the argument itself is based off of a bunch of different things,
no
not
evidence.
just a lack of evidence.
So the evidence
It's
that
just
you
it's not just a lack of evidence. There's evidence against Jesus.
and you think there's no evidence for him.
What?
You think there's no evidence for Jesus Christ at all? Like
Well,
it's
there's not
overwhelmingly.
No, there's not only is there not only is there no evidence for him, but there's evidence against him.
So I guess it would maybe from what I disagree with that because I think
I understand
just
you
like
disagree,
anything,
but your lack of understanding is not a valid argument against what I just said.
I think my lack of subscribing to your sources
What sources
is
do you
why I
think I'm
don't have
pulling
that.
from?
I mean, I think that like
For the
my
contradictions
arguments.
in the Bible, my source is the Bible. So,
Yeah, and I understand. Well,
do
okay,
you
so
just not
what
agree with the
language?
Bible?
No, I think that we do you know fully how the Bible was compiled? Like what the history of how we have the record that we do today? Like were there earlier manuscripts that were destroyed and what we have today was
I'm not going
surviving
to appeal
oral?
to magic or appeal to mystery.
But I'm just saying like understand the context of the time and you can have like theories that aren't just appealing to magic or like it's
Cool.
literally
Show
trying to
me
understand the time
evidence.
period.
Show me evidence that manuscripts were destroyed.
I mean, what do you think was going on in Jerusalem when, the holiest site was destroyed in 70 AD? Like that was a huge
That
event
was
and a
a
lot
battle
of things would
between the
happen
Jews and the Romans. There's no mention of Christians there.
because converting Jews were Christian
Prove it.
and it's just like
Prove that
history's
they were
written
there
by
in
the
70.
victors.
Prove it.
I would say study how his history's
Prove it.
compiled and then you might. Okay, well, I'll come back with a better argument of how history's compiled by the
Try
winners.
just having a argument. Like just
I
an argument in
I have
general.
I have many arguments, but it's
It's
you
what?
just
Lodged
well,
upside.
that's not directly talking about Jesus Christ. So I mean,
All right. Well, then
look
that
at it
doesn't
this
make a
way.
lot of sense. I've got a lot of football skills. They just don't translate to the field.
Be a coach.
Sweet. Well, thanks for coming up, man.
Oh, hold
Anything
up, hold
else
up.
before you go?
One quick. Yeah, okay. So what language did Jesus speak?
Jesus didn't exist. Nice try. Anything else?
Hold up. Bro, okay, what if okay, so I have to like argue from your standpoint, like what the heck?
I
Like
mean,
I'm
you're
arguing that
asking
he
me
ain't
a
existed.
question. I'm going to give you my fucking standpoint. What did you want someone else's? What do you want me to answer
Okay,
as
so
Britney Spears?
what is it hypothesized that Jesus spoke? Like what
Greek.
language? And
No, he
I
reads
mean,
from the Greek
he
Septuagint,
could
and he says words that are only found in Greek.
proselytizing. What was his main language?
Greek.
No,
Yes, he
wasn't.
says words that are only found in Greek and don't have a Hebrew or Aramaic
He
variant.
knew
And
Greek, he knew Hebrew, but his main language was Aramaic, and
No.
that's and those are the people he spoke to were Aramaic.
Okay,
And they
cool. Well,
and what
unfortunately, he
percentage
speaks in Greek throughout the entire fucking book and says words that are only found in Greek.
Greek because he said go baptize among all nations, and that language would allow for the gospel to spread easier. That's why. But he
Fan-fucking-tastic. That
mainly
has nothing to do with your
proselytized.
question. Your question was what language was it hypothesized that he spoke, and it would be Greek because he reads from the Greek
No.
Septuagint in the synagogue in Nazareth.
He also spoke Hebrew too because
Awesome,
he understood
but
the
he speaks
scroll.
Greek even more. So I don't know what to
And
tell
he
you.
spoke and he proselytized in Aramaic the most.
No. Where does it say that?
What percentage of people back then were literate in his region of the world?
That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he could speak a language.
No, I'm just asking you a question. What percentage?
It doesn't really matter. Please
Why
provide
doesn't it
evidence that he
matter?
was. Please
See,
provide
you wanna-
evidence that he
you
was
wanna
speaking
avoid
in
all
Aramaic.
context.
No, the
You
question
wanna
was
avoid
what he
all
spoke. Now
context,
you're talking
cultural
about it'll.
context.
No, listen. Your question was what he spoke. Now you're trying to talk about literacy. That has nothing to do with it. So
It does.
please, no, it doesn't.
It does.
What does literacy mean?
You don't want to connect the dots.
What does literacy mean?
Being able to understand
No.
reading and writing and
Yeah,
all.
it's just reading and writing. Does literacy have anything to do with speaking?
No.
Okay. So you brought up something that was irrelevant to your question. Congratulations. You're stupid in like 3 languages.
No, because they're tied together. The people he proselytized
literacy is not tied
to
with
in Aramaic,
whether or not you can speak.
So it's about 3% of the people back then could read and write.
Does that mean only 3% of people could speak?
So
does that mean only 3% of people could
No,
speak? Okay,
but
then
who
it's
were the most
irrelevant.
likely-
All right,
who
if
were the
you
most likely
listen. Here's the
ones
deal.
to write
Here's
it down,
no.
Greeks and Hebrews.
Here's the deal. What we're gonna do?
Greeks and
is
Hebrews.
We're gonna talk a little bit
Not
about
Aramaic.
where does it say that he proselytized in Aramaic? Where does it say that in the text?
That is his native tongue.
Where does it say?
And that
where
was
does it say that his native tongue was Aramaic?
just go look at scholars.
Where does it say it?
If you Google it,
Where
it'll
does it
tell you
say
that.
it?
It's well-known fact.
Okay, cool. So in the Bible, when he says Greek names that don't have any Aramaic or Hebrew variant,
Yeah,
and when
'cause
he
he
says,
was-
listen, and when he says words that don't have any Hebrew or Aramaic variant, or when he reads from the Greek Septuagint, which has an Aramaic or Hebrew variant, but he doesn't read from that, and he's reading it out loud, and people are able to hear him do it and are listening to him in the synagogue, it sounds like he's speaking in fucking Greek. Every once in a while, there's an Aramaic phrase that shows up, but it's very rare, and it never says that his primary or native tongue was Aramaic, and it never says that he proselytized in that. You are, and this is true,
No, go
making
look
that
at
shit
scholars.
up.
I'm not a
I don't give a
scholar.
shit. They don't have any evidence that he spoke Aramaic primarily.
It's actually a well consensus.
No,
It is.
it's not,
The
because the
consensus
guy
on it,
didn't
it's
fucking
very
exist to
among
begin with, so
scholars.
we don't know what fucking language he spoke, because it never says that he said, or he spoke primarily Aramaic.
Because he
It
had
never says
different
that.
audiences. He had different audiences, which
Fantastic.
is why he would use.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So where does it say that
So
his
understanding
primary
the
language was
context-
Aramaic?
Go look at biblical scholars,
Sweet.
historical
And
scholars.
what evidence do they
both
point
say
to?
the same thing.
What evidence do they point to?
I could Google it real quick, but it's
Do it.
I could give you like
Do
okay.
it. Double Donkey Jesus says because the story says it. The story doesn't even say it. That's the problem. Alrighty. So, ominous.
Okay.
What'd you find? What is the evidence that they point to?
So I got an AI overview.
Sounds good. What's the evidence they point to?
It's how linguists, historians, and scholars all agree that he spoke Aramaic based on Greek manuscripts and how words are translated. I can't break it all down because I just.
All right, thanks for coming up. Did you want to disconnect it or block? Which one? Did you want to disconnect or did you want to block? Which one did you want? I'll give you either one. Which one do you want?
Who, me?
Yep.
You want to block me?
No, I gave you an option. Did you want to get disconnected or blocked? Which one?
I'll keep coming back and with better evidence.
Yeah, sweet. Just which one did you want?
I can drop.
All right. All right, let's see here. Somebody said, I really did miss La Push Loco. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means. Is it this?
Bella! Where the hell have you been, Luca?
I hope it's not that, because that's awful. Reformed Egyptian. All right, he spoke avocado. All right. Yeah, your crazy ex-girlfriend 2.0, $2. Thank you very much there. All righty. Yes, there's Christina the Godless. Which, by the way, that reminds me. Make sure that you have your eyes peeled. Which sounds terrible. Who says eyes peeled? Why would you want to peel your... Anyways, the point is, Bible Libel is a show that's coming up. It is Matthew, my co-author, and I, as well as a lovely young lady named Christina the Godless, mind you. We are doing a show called Bible Libel, and we are getting into some weird shit. It's really weird. But it's fun. It's weird, but it's fun. And we're going to have a lot of fun. It is not going to be like this show. This show, hopefully you are entertained, and hopefully you're educated as well. The main goal is education. Entertainment is just a second. That's just secondary goal. But Bible Libel is just straight entertainment. If you learn anything from Bible Libel, well, I'm sure you'll learn something, but like, good luck. But we're going to be looking at all kinds of weird questions. All kinds of weird questions. And if you guys think of any weird questions, let us know. But you'll get a hang of it. But it's at 9 p.m. Central. 9 p.m. Central on Sunday night. 9 p.m. Central on Sunday night is when Bible Libel shows up. It's myself, Matthew, my co-host, or co-author, and then Christina the Godless. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Also, if you stop by and you say something, something that's either funny enough or something like that, a quote of you may actually make it into a book. Just saying. I'm just saying. Anyways, no, it's going to be a lot of fun. Brought to you by Priapus. Oh, yeah. But it's only going to be an hour. It's only an hour long. So if you miss it, you miss it. And it's on TikTok, so there's no recording of it or anything like that. So be there or be square. Or whatever shape you really want to be. But please be there.
I said, bitch.
Anyways, I will be in your book. Maybe. Okay. I'm Triangle. Is it Pink Triangle, or is that specifically lesbian? Is it oh, it is. It is a pink triangle. Okay, yeah. $2 from Polenta Forest says, well, will queefs be there in Square? No, they won't. What's going on, Polenta? What is happening? Talking with my hands. You got me talking with the hands. I feel Italian. Vaffanculo. Hopefully you don't know Italian, because that was offensive. What's going on? Christina the Godless.
Hi. Everybody's asking what channel it'll be on. It'll be on your backup.
Well, I don't know. Oh. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. It might be on the backup. I don't know. I know, because I thought I was going to change the name. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, but I wasn't able to change the name. So if I'm going to do it, I might as well just do it here, and just more people, I guess, follow this anyway. So than the backup. So
sounds good. Sorry, that could have been an email.
Oh, no,
You
no,
can
no, no,
join
no,
me.
no, no, no. It's all good. It's all good. But no, it will be Sunday. Look, at Sunday night at 9 p.m., just look for Christina the Godless in your little, like, alerts or whatever, or on your notifications of the little bar there at the top of your inbox there. You'll
Or you.
yeah. Don't look for me. Look for Christina the Godless. With Christina the Godless, wherever she can be found at 9 p.m. on Central on Sunday night, is where you need to be.
There you go.
There you go.
Works for me.
Follow Christina. Follow Christina. Follow her to Bible Libel. That's what you need. A bumper sticker on the back of your car. It just says "Follow me to Bible Libel." And it doesn't make any sense.
Perfect.
No one's
doesn't.
gonna get it.
I'm on it. I'll make one for you too.
Okay. All right. But
Okay.
it will be a lot of fun. It will be a lot of fun to
It will be.
cut loose. It'll be very different from this thing.
Well, that's why I pitched it to you, because I was like, you're getting too serious and stressed out. You're going to start getting wrinkles. We need to do something funny.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Will this face ever get wrinkly? Yes, it will. And very quickly if this holds up. So yes, thank you very much. Christina is really who's keeping me young here.
Yep.
Everybody else
You are
is
not
aging
keeping me young. Well, actually, Bible Libel might keep me young, because I can just like put any gifts towards my facelift fund.
How many funds do you have? You have different, like...
I do. I have divorce fund, facelift fund. I think that's it for now.
Man. Fundies.
I need the facelift for after the divorce so that I can get back out there. Get back on the horse, if you will.
Christina, you were less than 10 years older than me. This freaks me out.
Yeah, but you're a guy, it's different. And I live in California. I'm vain. Leave me alone.
Is that what that is?
I can't help it.
Yeah, Christina's like I think she's like what, like 5-6 years older than me, maybe.
I'm 45.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. See, do you see that face that you make when I say that? That's
Yeah, it
the
just
reason I
doesn't-
have wrinkles.
No, I just don't. I mean, it just doesn't. It doesn't compute. I thought you were like 40, like just straight 40, 39 or 40. All right, well, never mind.
All
My
right.
bad.
Yep. I'm old. Thanks. Okay. Pull the
I didn't
lever,
know.
girl.
Well, I mean, no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I don't know. I could have fooled me. I guess you did fool me. Was that your intention? Was the intention to fool me?
How old do you think Queef is? I've seen her in person. She's gorgeous.
I'd say young 40s. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think she's 40, 41.
Yeah, 40,
42?
41, somewhere in there. Man, 40, 41.
We're all
somewhere in
hot. I'm taking over the world, the middle-aged world. I just looked at all my insights on like my videos and stuff, and it's like 80% men, 35 to 60. So there we go.
That sounds awful. Just a bunch of 60-year-old men just like, what's this nun
you know.
gonna do?
Right? Oh shit. All right.
Maybe I
can
need to
drop
show
me.
up to Bible Libel with a nun costume.
Oh yeah. I was thinking, no, I think I'm gonna make a hat. A Bible libel hat.
A Bible Libel hat?
Well, because I only have my cunt hat that I wear, and I don't know if that's appropriate.
Jesus Christ. Well, I don't know. Maybe I think it would be funny to be like, oh hey, yeah, it's very different from CBJ, everything, and then show up and Matthew and I are both in like MAGA hats or something dumb, like it's so incredibly different.
And I'm dressed like a nun. Maybe I'll dress like a nun when we have our special guests.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Because we will have special guests, and we are it's not just like special guests like, oh hey, like yes, obviously we want the creators that are going to be you know, some of your more popular or more well-known creators, but also I mean I want to grab someone who's like really really random, like not random, but like it doesn't make sense to put them on this kind of show. Like someone who is serious all the time. And so now we're going to make them do dick jokes.
Yeah. Bible dick jokes.
Bible dick jokes.
Angel dick jokes.
Angel dick jokes. I want, even though he's big, I want Justin on the show. I want Justin on the show just to make him talk about angel dicks.
Yeah.
Dr. Bowen. Dr. Bowen. That would be good. Sork would be another one.
Sure.
Ian. Dr. Blitz.
The sky's the limit, baby.
All right. But anyways, yes. 9 p.m. Central. Sunday. Be there.
That is 7 p.m. Pacific for West Coast, Best Coast. Just FYI.
Yeah, when you have to rhyme in order to make it the best coast, nah. Central's just the best because we just know it is.
Anyway. Bye, everybody.
All right, here we go.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
We love Christina. Christina's awesome. All right. Let's see. If it rhymes, it's fact. Duh. Why do we even have that? I'm heading to New York City in a few weeks. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. That old socialist hellhole. That sounds fucking awesome. Do I have a sound for New York City and Mom Donnie? Yeah, I've got a sound for Mom Donnie. Or Apple. Either way. All right. I want Mondani and the Gulf of Mexico. But did the Gulf of Mexico ever really go away? Did it ever really go away? I've straight up never heard anybody like unironically call it the Gulf of America. Like I've never heard anybody call it that. Like I'm pretty sure that if you hop onto like Google or like Google Maps or something, here, let me back out. It's called the Gulf of America. in on the map. I've never heard anybody call it that. Like, come on. Then again, I don't hang around fucking morons. So I think maybe I might have skewed the data a little bit. But if we're being honest, and I said this before, back when it first started coming out, this live doesn't get political. It doesn't. But Gulf of America, did you know? Did you know that out of all of the places that have a shoreline with the Gulf, the United States actually has the most shoreline? Did you know that? Did you know that? It was only really considered the Gulf of Mexico whenever, Texas was part of Mexico. Then it definitely had the most shoreline. But it's not. Not anymore. Not really. So, like, the Gulf of America is actually, as much as I fucking hate the guy, it actually kind of makes some sense. But, do I call it the Gulf of America? No, because I'm not stupid. I mean, it makes sense to call it the Gulf of America. Like, it makes sense, but, like, also, no, I'm not calling it that just because someone just wants to change it just randomly. Like, it's always been that, so who cares? No, it sincerely does make sense because it's part of North America. There are multiple countries that are in the Gulf and touch the Gulf. Why is it not called the Gulf of Cuba? If you come into the Gulf, the first country that you hit in the Gulf is not Mexico, nor is it America, or nor is it the United States. It's part of North America. It makes sense, but like still, no, I'm not going to call it that. Even if it does make sense, technically. I'm still going to call it the Gulf of Mexico. All right. Oh, throw your tomatoes. The most shoreline makes, I don't know. It makes sense to be president and not shit yourself. Yes. Sometimes the things that make sense are not ending up what we're doing, apparently. This is the worst timeline. Anyways, let's see. It's called the Gulf of Mexico before there was a country in Mexico. Wait, what? How? What? Well, okay. You meaning like... Okay. So before like the independent, like before they got their independence from Spain, you mean? The Gulf of New Orleans would be... No, because then it just sounds like it's just going to be riddled with hurricanes and flooding, which it kind of is. But nevertheless, the Gulf of New Orleans, nah. No, I like... The Gulf of Mexico just flows better. Gulf of America just... it doesn't really flow. It doesn't really flow. It's not as good. New Mexico is also older than the Mexico. What? The Americas. The Gulf of the Americas? I could see that. Jaren, do you turn your cap backwards before Pokemon battles? What? How do you play golf in the ocean? With a Titleist. Oh, somebody got that. The Gulf of Manatees also sounds fucking awesome. Yeah, South America isn't really part of the Gulf. Yeah, no. It's all like Central America at best, like and Southern United States. AZ Mike got it, or is it? Yeah, I don't know. Poor manatees, thanks to Trump, they're off the endangered list and can be hunted. Oh my god, who would want to hunt one? It's not even a sport. I've swam with them. I've swam with a manatee before. They feel in the water. They feel like a giant wet leather couch. The Gulf only gets as far south as the Yucatan Peninsula. Yeah. Why are we? I just pet it. They told me that I should pet it. I wasn't in the. It wasn't like I just didn't jump in the water. I'm like, hey, look, looks like a fucking cow. No, like I it was like at some place where they're like, hey, you can feed the manatees or whatever. And they hand you like a handful of lettuce or something, and there's like a whole head of lettuce, and they fucking just rip it out of your hand. How manatees even survive this long is beyond me. Hide them. JD Vance then sounds like Vance's idea of a good time. That's funny. Feed the leather couches, people. All right. Well, that is it from me. I thought I was logging off. What happened? I'm logging off now. Gleeble Gorp. Go home, Jaren. I am home. Anyways. In Florida, you're not supposed to touch them because people suck and they can't like us. No, I wasn't in Florida. I was in Mexico, actually. In the Gulf of Mexico. Actually, no. I guess I wasn't in the Gulf of Mexico. No. I was in the Caribbean. Or the Caribbean. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. not the Gulf of Mexico. If that helps place where I was, most likely. I thought you were already gone. How are the Roman Coliseum fans doing this afternoon? Care I be bean? Care I be bean? The Isle of Tortuga. All right. Manatees are cute as fuck, though. They're pretty cool. Points? Pirates of the Caribbean. I like turtles. Yeah. Dumbass kid. There
I like turtles.
There you go. Caribbean? Queen Squeaks. Yes, it's Queen Squeaks, everybody. I thought you were gone. I thought you were on vacation. Thought you were. Caradese. I'm in the car bored. Oh. Pff. Hi to everybody else in Bree's car. Sorry if you heard the bad words. I just tuned in. Oh, okay. Well, did you want me to catch you up on all the bad words? Pirates is Caribbean? Bane? Caribbean? Anything else is Caribbean. Caribbean. Yeah, it's Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean, but everyone else is Caribbean. Yeah. I don't know. I always miss the fun days. No. All right. Well, we're done here. All right. Thanks to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. Over there on YouTube, thank you very, very much for all of the memberships there and the membership that was gifted there by Emir. Thank you very, very much. I hope you enjoy it there. The Man of Steel. I believe that was a gifted one, but you may have just joined it. I'm not really sure exactly. I'm not sure how that works. Either way, thank you very much, and glad that you're here. Hope you enjoyed the members-only content. I will see you guys later. You've been you, and you've been too.